Indianapolis, track announcer John Giuduli. Well, it's hashtag National Intern Day, and joined here today, fittingly, by University of Arizona racetrack industry program student Nathan Klein. It's his final day with us here this summer, Nathan, and I think it's been an exciting summer for you.
Absolutely. It's bittersweet that it has to come to an end, but these last 6-7 weeks have been nothing short of spectacular. I've gotten a little bit of every single piece of horse racing, and I can't thank you all enough for letting me be a part of this. And I think it all started with a pizza.
Eric Hellstrom, Vice President and General Manager of Racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, with your internship here. So all aspects of the operation. Not just, of course, you spent time up in the announcer's booth with us this summer, but also taking in really all parts of the track, not only here, but you had a chance to call some races at Hoosier Park and other places too.
Yep, I got to go on a lot of random adventures. Eric once said, so where in Farawayville will you be this week? And that's when I ended up going all the way to Corydon, the original capital of Indiana, to call 10 races from bleachers. It
was great to have you with us here in Shelbyville, this part of the Hoosier State. We've got 9 races on tap here today. In fact, Nathan will be finishing up his final day with us here on National Intern Day, calling races 7, 8, and 9. You get to call the stakes too, that Mary Holman Memorial Stakes of the Quarter Horses to wrap up the week for us.
Absolutely, and I really look forward to it because one of the horses in this race is a North Carolina bred, which is my home state. So I will try my best to be a consummate professional, but I really hope Last Famous Eagle wins.
University of Arizona racetrack industry student Nathan Klein with a big future ahead of him. We've got 9 races ahead of us here today, all main track card for me and you to call later on in the day. We're off the turf course here today. Started off a really wet and dreary morning as we go through the afternoon hours. Let's check in with Chris at WRTV6, Nikki for the official race day forecast.
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
Well, what a different field today. Cloudy skies in place. I can see not the best looking afternoon, but much cooler, leaving that heat and humidity behind where temperatures were in the 90s just a day ago. A different story today. We'll lose a degree or two, pick one up, but for the most part hovering right in the low to mid 70s. Well below average for this time of year by a factor of about 10 degrees. A break from the humidity means we're not talking about a heat index here. Overall, it'll stay very mild and dry to the second half of the day. This cooler air will carry us into the weekend as skies clear out for Friday, Saturday, and into Sunday. For now, enjoy the break from the heat and humidity. John, back to you.
All right, Chris, thank you very much. We mentioned Nathan Klein, his final day with us here, internship-wise, from the University of Arizona racetrack industry program. In addition to going on the back of the track, talking with Tony Martinez, he spent time in the racing office with J.R. Smith Jr., our clerk of scales, and of course also calling races, as you will today, in the 7th, 8th, and 9th, but also working for Tammy Knox. You had a chance to do Nathan's notes and get post-stakes race quotes along with Tammy. We had a couple of premier races yesterday, and how about those? We had the Indiana First Lady. What a finish that was on yesterday's card.
Yeah, that was nothing short of dramatic. Not a dull moment in that one.
They turned for home, and it was Temple Painter who led them into the stretch for Evan Roman. G-Force, where's Sammy Bermuda's got? Where am I going to go? Tried to make that split, decided to come up the rail. G-Force Jimmy was racing for Tony Cunningham in that turquoise cap, but boy, Evan Roman just kept Temple Painter's mind on business. She dug in. G-Force Jimmy maybe got a nose in front, but Temple Painter said, no, no, no.
Just a ding-dong battle down to the finish line.
100%.
Just tight.
Temple Painter got the nod, and that was in the Indiana First Lady yesterday for those fillies. Along came the boys, and it was Chicory Blaze. Took all that late money. Veteran jockey here, Rodney Prescott, second all-time winning as jockey here in Indiana, only to Fernando de la Cruz, who tops the jockey standings. Rob Dobbs Jr., big day. Won the Indiana First Lady with Temple Painter, and here, Chicory Blaze. Rob Dobbs Jr., 11 for his last 26. That barn's been on fire.
Oh yeah, and the screams never get old. Like right there, I was right there at the winner's circle. They were so it was palpable as they were just yelling the horse on. I think it made them run faster.
In fact, speaking of palpable sounds from the winner's circle, McLaughlin won on yesterday's card too, and I thought I heard Racing Rachel jumping up and down from the winner's circle.
Oh yeah, she was ecstatic. But that was.
That
was a spur-of-the-moment idea. You had suggested it, and I was like, well, this is perfect. Like, sure, there's a lot of reasons to name a horse McLaughlin, but we have this opportunity. We're going to take it. And I think the racing gods were on our side because that was not just a win. That was a decisive victory. That was an easy day of fun content.
Trained by Chris Davis, getting off the mark for her maiden win for Walmart Farm. That is Gary Brode. And McLaughlin, $300,000 Keeneland Sales yearling buy.
Oh yeah, so not just a regular, not a regular old horse. That horse is royalty in the same way I guess Rachel is royalty to Horseshoe.
Racing Rachel is known, of course, around the country as our racing analyst here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Skibbity Riz is globally known. You had a chance to call that horse here this season, and I know it went viral on social media.
Yeah, I knew that it was going to be viral. I mean, that's why I basically...
That's why I let you call it.
Yeah, that's why I begged you to let me do it. And what was weird is just like the amount of professionalism that kind of came with it in the sense of like... People are like, this is your my wife knows everything the wife doesn't know moment. And I'm like, it's not near that yet. But just like, wow, like, hey, I get to be a part of something. Yeah, 175,000 and counting. People are still begging for that horse to be a part of Uma Musume Pretty Derby, which sounds like complete gibberish when I say it. But trust me, it's bringing a lot of new fans in. Look it up.
I'll trust you, Nathan.
Thank you.
Skibbity Riz, mark that one down in your stable mail for John Harron, who, by the way, is having a terrific meet. You've got Randy Klopp right there at the top of the trainer standings, along with John Harron and Gennaro Garcia, also right there vying for another title here in 2025. In addition to Skibbity Riz, though, yesterday you had a chance to call a mile co-feature a horse by the name of Mitch. And Mitch is a pretty good-looking prospect there under jockey Manny Esquivel winning yesterday for you.
Well bred, later developing, but in that very kind of short career, still unbeaten. And I mean, I knew that horse was going to be kind of a heavy favorite, but even as calling it, just seeing him kind of pull away, and he really does look like his dam sire, Summer Bird, with that large blaze and copper coat.
And of course, was in the pocket, as you mentioned, and then Manny Esquivel swinging him to that outside path. He knew he was on the best horse, and certainly Mitch came up with the goods yesterday on that mile that you called.
And very credible considering that horse had never ran over 2 turns before.
Sprint winner on debut, yeah. Today's contest here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, well, we're off the turf and scratch BA's hat trick. Also, no $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3 here today on the card. It was to be today's contest, of course. Yesterday on track, all those players were Racing Rachel's Warriors. In fact, no live racing here Friday, Saturday, Sunday, nor Monday, so no Dooley's Legends contest this upcoming race week, but we will be running Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday night, Silks and Roses here at the track. We'll have a special post time at 6 o'clock. A lot of great activities for, they'll be honoring women in racing, and this terrific event, Eric Hallstrom talking to Racing Rachel, Tammy Knox, the entire team here putting this together. Nathan, I know you'll be making your way back to the University of Arizona Racetrack Industry Program. But this is, I think it's going to be a popular night, and then we come back with an all-quarter horse card the next day, kicking off at 10:45 a.m. But certainly want to wish you safe travels as fans will join us here on Friday night.
Thank you very much. It's bittersweet that I won't be able to see this, but the amount of effort and ideas that have been just swarming this Silks and Roses thing, great day for all, but especially women who more than deserve it. It's I'm really excited to see how it plays out.
Yeah, well said, and hope you can join us here for that event, Friday, August 8th. We'll have that special post time, 6 o'clock. Again, no live racing here tomorrow, nor on the weekend, nor this coming Monday, as we'll have Silks and Roses part of the program here on Friday night, August the 8th, and that all-quarter horse card here on Saturday, August 9th, kicking off at 10:45 a.m. Nathan, you're with us one more time here before Nathan heads back to senior year, right, at the University of Arizona Racetrack Industry Program, more or less your 4th year?
Yep, one more year, and then I'm free for whatever racetrack wants me.
You're a journeyman. Let's talk about, in addition, we mentioned Nathan's worn a lot of hats for the team here this season, taking in all aspects of the operations, and again, spending time in the announcer's booth, not only here, but at Hoosier Park, and certainly around the state, calling the standardbreds. But we want to mention Nathan's notes today. We've got 9 races on tap, all main track card, and you've got one in the 4th race that you're zeroing in on.
Yep, for race 4. So 2 cool things. So first up, there is a brother-sister alert. In race 4 and race 7, Suki Song and Mi Sargento, they are full siblings. Something that you don't see every day. Spite Song, their sire, and Lul Sucret is the mare for both of these horses, trying to win their first race.
Terrific Nathan's notes here, and you also want to mention about Spirited Justice, talking about the breeding. Spirited Justice certainly has that.
Absolutely, yes. Spirited Justice, a half-sister to Elegant Justice. It is hard to keep track of all the good Justice horses because there are so many, but Elegant Justice won the Back Home Again Stakes last year, 2024. And early in their career, they actually multiple times defeated other very legitimate Indiana breds like Hot Middles amongst their accomplishments. But Spirited Justice trying to break out of the shadow of the big half-sister. We'll see if that happens today.
Hot Middles ran on yesterday's card in one of our premier races. They were just tough. I mean, Temple Painter battling G-Force Jimmy to that photo finish in the running of the Indiana First Lady. Then along comes Chicory Blaze, got bet down to even money. And boy, Rodney Prescott put a ride up for Rob Dobbs Jr., having him win both of our handicaps yesterday, with Chicory Blaze winning in the Governor's handicap. But more to come from Hot Middles. Such that great partnership and story with Hannah Leahy riding for Tiana.
Yeah, and getting the kind of personal scoop on that relationship has been such a pleasure and one of the kind of unique things. I guess also I do want to kind of mention Chicory Blaze. That horse is a pretty exciting prospect. I mean, on the Ellen Flecky Star, they won that over a mile on the turf. Then they come back to the dirt and win a $250,000 race. And they say this horse still has room for improvement, which I believe. That was only their 5th career start. If this is them still kind of working out the bells and whistles, this horse may graduate from here and we'll see maybe a little bit of a Bucaro thing going on.
Keep that Nathan's note in mind. Thanks to our sponsors here in 2025 as we reach out to them here each and every day on the pre-race show, talking about, of course, Tequila Herradura, Corbel, the Champagnes, and also breed development. Murphy Trailer Sales, they are the Winner Circle sponsor here in 2025. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. You can reach out to them. It'll be long distance for you, though, Nathan. 765-361-8803. Nathan will call them collect. Also, the Starting Gate and Tote Board sponsor here, B&H Electric. They've got locations in town, also Seymour and Bloomington. B&H Electric, the tote board and starting gate sponsor for racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're on the web at bh-electric.com. As you head back to the University of Arizona, have you picked up a new Ford truck from Hubler Ford? You know,
nope.
You just mentioned Racing Rachel, you get a massive discount.
I'll think about that next time I need a new vehicle. But so far, my car is still holding steady. It's a nice, reliable vehicle.
All right, well, just keep drivehubler.com in mind, Nathan Klein. Half hour away from the first of the day, we've got an all main track card here set up for you. By the way, before we let you go, just want to remind everybody, social media wise, we've got you covered from A to Z. Social, you can reach out to me at John G. Dooley. Racing Rachel, she was just jumping up and down that Murphy's Trailer Sales Winner's Circle yesterday as McLaughlin romped in under Joe Ramos for Chris Davis and Womack Farm. Martha Clausen, she'll be along with you later today. You'll be calling the Mary Holman George Overnight Stakes, the final quarter horse dash of the day and the week. Martha will be part of the live broadcast at Martha Clausen. And Brian Aragoni. Brian's just chomping at the bit. He's been texting me left and right. Brian Aragoni on X at Mr. B Analyst, standing by to talk about the 50-cent early pick 5. I think Brian had 5 of the 9 winners yesterday, so Brian's certainly been on a roll. And you're on X at Nathan the Caller.
Yep, came up with that name in 5 seconds, but you know what? I think it still fits.
Yes. And also track-wise, don't forget, we're on X, Instagram, YouTube at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. 29 minutes away from the opener. Quick commercial break here on the Thursday edition of Wire to Wire. Again, hashtag National Intern Day, University of Arizona racetrack industry student Nathan Klein, his final day with us here this summer. Hope you had fun. Hope you've had fun in the announcer booth. You'll be calling the 7th, 8th, and 9th today.
I've had a lot of fun. Ciao.
Ciao.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Jack Daniel starts here. From cave spring water to sugar maple charcoal to smooth Tennessee whiskey. Made by those who pour everything into their craft. That's what makes Jack, Jack.
Welcome back to Thursday at Horseshoe Indianapolis, where unfortunately the skies did open here in Shelbyville, and we are off the turf. Sloppy and off turf today here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We've got 8 races, a great card. You heard Nathan's going to be calling the back end of the card. We'll get John's services through the first 6 races, then we'll give way to the talented up-and-comer Nathan Klein, who we have certainly enjoyed his services here at Horseshoe Indy for his internship, and wish him the best of luck as he moves on to new horizons elsewhere. Scratch number 7, Tay, out of the first race on a sloppy track. We're going to have a heavily backed favorite in here, and it's deservedly so, Cupid's Runaway, who's currently 8-5 on the board. But do I think Cupid's Runaway can win? Absolutely. Do I have this horse on my ticket? No, I don't. Because if you're going to go as deep as I am in the first leg, there's really no sense in getting home a likely 4-5 shot. So Cupid's Runaway is not a horse that I don't think can win by any means. This horse absolutely can win, and frankly should win more often than they lose. However, in my opinion, as a bettor, there's just not much value in throwing in a 4-5 shot if I'm going to use 6 other horses. So we're going to take a stand early today in race number 1 on a Thursday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we're going to play against Cupid's Runaway, your most likely winner, who all he's done is win 11 of 15 races. But there's value elsewhere. These horses aren't separated by all that much. And if you're looking at times, I think a lot of these horses are very similar. Home Run Happy goes out for a new barn in here, gets the services of Fernando de la Cruz. You've got Tail Lights, who should get a great trip as well. Stablemates, you've got Home Run Happy want to go to the lead, and Tail Lights is going to be the beneficiary of what should be a hot pace. A horse like Lucky's Joy, 10-1 morning line, was 2-1 at first click for John Herron, who's been red hot all meet long. That horse currently 7-2, but does love a muddy racetrack and an off-going. You look at some of the best races for Lucky's Joy, they've all come in the slop. I think there's some upside in this race, and you could potentially beat a heavily backed favorite in number 8. Some people are going to single. A lot of people are going to single. I'm going to try and beat. Hopefully we can get a long shot home to score in race number 1. Race number 2, allowance level kicks off today's $1 minimum pick 4, 15% takeout. It's been a hit here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. No scratches, no changes. 8 of them will go to the gate. This one has stakes quality talent in it, however, not a stakes race. I'm going to go a little bit light in this spot. I think Crumble and Bits of Candy are 2 horses that I want to key in on. Those 2, I believe, are the most live in here. They've kind of knocked heads going back and forth with one another. Bob Dobbs, he swept our stakes races yesterday. He got off to an incredibly chilly start, and I fret to say how cold he was the first couple of months, but he has been red hot. 11 of his last 26. He swept $450,000 worth of purses yesterday in the stakes races, and I think Bits of Candy and Crumble are going to put on a show in here. They were last seen on Indiana Derby Day, or at least Crumble was seen on Indiana Derby Day, was bet down to 3-5 in a tough field, just sat off the leader and kind of stayed on one pace. Now, before that, on a good track, dominated at 17-1. What swayed me a little bit towards the 6 was Bits of Candy, is when they faced off head-to-head, Bits of Candy was expected to win. Now, did not win behind Crumble, a first-time starter that day, but went off at 3-2 and then came back to dominate next time out. I think Bits of Candy would be a horse I might key in on if I had to pick between 1 or 2 of them, but I'm going to use both of them in this spot for Randy Klopp, along with Bob Dobbs, a couple of trainers that certainly do not need a map to our winner's circle here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Race number 3, another allowance group in here. Scratch the 3 and 4 out of this event. Tiz Eddie. This horse ran a -6 on the rag sheets, 8-5 morning line, a 99 buyer. Absolutely freaked last time out. This horse has developed a little bit of an every other pattern. Big race, then throws in a clunker, then a big race as well. You don't see many horses getting a 99 buyer very often here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The number last time out, and albeit this Indiana bred won't take on open company, is Breeders' Cup worthy. That sprint 109.67, and I'm not overstating it by any means. That time in that race is the real deal. Can they duplicate the performance just 3 weeks later? I'm not sure. But if anyone could do it, Tommy Medina probably can with Tiz Eddie in here. And then I'm also going to use a horse who should get a great trip, and I think Chocolate Moose is a horse maybe I'd love to own the most. Can go long, can go short, has handled the turf in the past. Chocolate Moose ran into another monster effort last time out, Gold Sweep, who stopped the clock in sub 109. Incredible race. The winner that day, Gold Sweep, did just absolutely freak. Chocolate Moose didn't run poorly at all as the beaten 4-5 favorite. This is a horse who previously I doubted his ability to sprint, but he's really shown this year that he's just a racehorse. He likes to win. I think those two are the ones that I'm going to key on the most, but it could be a little bit more wide open than that. If they don't fire their best shots, there's some other talented horses in race number 3. Race number 4, maiden special weight scratch 2, 3, and 5. 2, 3, and 5 out of this maiden special weight event in here. And I actually, the 5 was a late scratch that I did not have on my original scratches as well. So Party in the Club, a scratch along with the 2 and the 3 in here. Kicks off the late fire 5, but doesn't really affect much for me. Spirited Justice. He's heard me talking about Tommy Medina. He's been doing excellent with horses of all sorts. Fillies, colts, geldings, whatever it is, they're running very well for him. He's winning at 19%. He goes out with Justice Farm in here with Spirited Justice. Now, you won't see this in the running line because the running line is great. Rail, steadied, half, bid, fourth. It's completely accurate. During the race, this horse was in tight, on the rail, very rank, off of heels, and it was a huge effort on the racetrack. But what you won't find is that this horse actually thrashed badly in the gate, was a terrible gate actor. Rider was off, had to back out, be inspected by the vet, used up a lot of energy before that race, was reloaded, and then still ran a huge effort, almost winning despite all the trouble in the race. So there was problems before the race, there was problems during the race, still only beaten by a length in a 7-horse field. Spirited Justice, long gone today, but you do want to watch that paddock preview and make sure that Spirited Justice is behaving. I'm sure Luis Contreras will be doing his best to keep that 2-year-old filly by Lantana Mob cool, calm, and collected in her second start. Hopefully she's not as hyped up today because I think if she saves some energy, she's going to be a Dairy Queen winner in here with Spirited Justice in race number 4, who I will single in both my early as well as my late fire 5. Race number 5, the first off-turf event, scratch 3, 4, 5, 7, 8, 11, 14, 15, and the 9. Lunar Lace also out. This race is wide open. West Maple's going to be favored in here. I've got my questions. The horse has been very good on both synthetic and turf, but usually if you're debuting on the synthetic and then you're going right to the turf, I'm going to question a horse who's going to be even money trying the dirt for the first time. Is it the best horse in the race? Most likely. Is it the best surface and preferred surface for the 3-year-old filly? Probably not, but we won't know until they race. So West Maple is strictly the horse to beat in here. Could be a key on many people's tickets just based on the recent performances on the turf. However, the surface change evens out this playing field a lot. La Orgalusa down on the inside gets Fernando de la Cruz. Joe Davis takes back over. This is a horse who's run very well, faced some tough competition. Last time out was beaten by 19 lengths. What you don't see is that the 2 winners, Brown Sugar and Fugitive Star, 2 stablemates from Brad Cox, who wins at a huge high percentage rate. Those stablemates ran away and turned it into a match race, and the rest of the field was made to look much worse than they were. 2 back on an off-turf event similar to this one, only lost by a head at 7-1. Then you've also got some of those outside runners. What If draws in along with Tuenda in the 12 spot. That horse also deserves a long look in here. It could be anyone's game in race number 5. Not overly confident, but I am confident in that single. If we can get that 2-year-old filly to behave a little bit better in the gate and get a clean trip with Luis Contreras, I think we are going to be looking at a pick 5 score in here. We've got 8 thoroughbred races followed by 1 very talented quarter horse stakes race. Martha will take you through. We've got the best man in the entire country up in the announcer's booth. He'll take you through today's scratches and changes just a couple of minutes from now, as there are plenty with us being off the turf on a sloppy racetrack. And don't forget, we've got Silks next week on Friday. We're going to celebrate all of the women in racing next Friday. No racing on Monday. We'll return on Tuesday as well. Best of luck.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley. 9 races carded. All main track card. We're off the turf. Main track sloppy at this hour. Under cloudy skies. Mid-70s. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections. On today's racing program, opening sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5 off. Top of the card, scratch number 7, Tay. Number 7, Tay, has been scratched from the first of the day. In the second race sprint, all 8 run, no scratches. Number 3, Catatonic, a change of jockey to Mitchell Murrell. Mitchell Murrell will ride number 3, Catatonic. On to the third we go. And here in the sprint, scratch number 3, Pulgarcito, and the 4, Bayesian Sun. Third race now, scratch the 3 and the number 4. There are the scratches. Number 5, Pair of Socks, ownership correction. The ownership should read Commonwealth Stable, Sam Sansell, and SOK Racing, the principal there, Bob Berenson. Pair of Socks add 1 pound to the program weight as well. In race 4, maiden juvenile fillies dash, scratch 2, Relentless Chick, 3, Tiva, and 5, Party in the club. No rider changes overweights. Other corrections, scratch the 2, 3, and the number 5. On to race 5 we go. Taken off the turf course, all main track cards sloppy. Scratch here the 3, Could You Be Loved? 4, Choate. Take out 7, Ranch Life. Scratch 8, Baytown Storm. 9, Lunar Lace. 11, Ace of Cats. Scratch 14, Babe in the Woods, and 15, Flowered. Note What If the number 13 will run. Scratch 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 11, 14, and the number 15 from the race card, and a jockey change for number 12, Tuenda, to Sammy Bermudez. Waive the apprentice allowance there, corrected weight 118. Sammy Bermudez rides the 12, Tuenda. In the 6th race, number 12, Lord Class, has been scratched. Scratch number 12, Lord Class, from the maiden sprint. No jockey changes. Number 10, Jane Plain, 2 pounds over the program weight listed there. In the 7th race, maiden is off the turf to be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 1, Engine Soul, 5, Hot Black Coffee, 7, Bit of Justice, and take out the 8, Jogger. 13, Sir Xander, 14, Bold Justice, both MTOs draw in. Main track sloppy. Sir Xander and Bold Justice, the 13 and 14 will run. Scratch the 1, 5, 7, and the 8. And a jockey change for number 2, Porky Is My Name, will be written by Mitchell Murrell. Mitchell Murrell on 2, Porky Is My Name in the maiden. Race 8, one of the 3 taken off the turf course. Race 8, the starter, will be run over the main track at 1 mile and a 16th. Here's scratch 2, Backyard Justice. 3, Maynard. Take out 5, Beat Catcher. 6, Nip and Tuck. Put a line through the 7, Epimethium. Scratch 10, Step on It. 13, Temper Tantrum, and scratch 14, Iron Sides. No pentafecta wagering with those scratches. No 10-cent Grand High 5. Scratch the pentafecta and take out numbers 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 10, 13, and the number 14. All have been scratched. Race 9 closing the card in the race week here with the Mary Holman George Stakes. Quarter horse juvenile dash over the 350 yards. No scratches. Number 7, AP, I'm That Dove. A jockey change. There it is to Isidro Banuelos. Isidro Banuelos. Ride the 7, AP, I'm That Dove. 9th race, the Mary Holman George Stakes. A quarter horse juvenile dash over the 350 yards to close out the card. clouds, mid-70s. We're off the turf. All main track hard, and the main track at the top of the 2 o'clock hour, rated sloppy. We'll have the starter sprint due off in 10 minutes' time. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Ladies and gentlemen, if you still have your programs close at hand, looking back to the 6th race that maiden sprint in your program, it's due at 4:45. Just for a moment, going back to race 6, just to recheck an overweight. In the 6th race, number 10, Jane Plain, add 1 pound to the program weight listed, makes it there corrected now 113. That's in the 6th race. It's a maiden sprint. Number 10, Jane Plain, 1 pound over. Horseshoe Indianapolis paddock judge Brandy Bell with the call for Riders Up. The horses stepping onto the track for the first race. Kicking off the card with a starter sprint at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 7. Number 7, Tay, has been scratched here from the first of the day. Scratch the 7, Tay. Race 1 of 9 carded with exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 starts at the 50-cent early pick 5 on an all main track card. As we've noted, we're off the turf course. Main track sloppy. 2 minutes, 2 post time. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Starter sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Sloppy track, less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Luis Contreras with Hadley's Max. Alberto Burgos, Lucky's Joy loading. Now Santos Sanjor with Do You Want to Dance? Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. partners taillights here in the starter sprint. Sammy Bermudez with Zappin' It. Home Run Happy leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz with 53 wins here this season. One more, Joe Ramos with Cupid's Runaway. Like Hadley's Max, both for Randy Klopp. Main track sloppy with showers around. Here comes the first. They're in the gate. Wham. Running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast starts for Lucky's Joy and Zappin' It right there. Zappin' It taking strong to Lucky's Joy, and Zappin' It has come away in front for Sammy Bermudez. So Zappin' It has the 5-year-old speed to lead. Lucky's Joy, who chases the pace. Hadley's Max is in the black cap. On the outside, going past the half-mile pole, taillights running in fourth from Do You Wanna Dance? Joe Ramos and the 11th-time winner, Cupid's Runaway on the far outside. Following Cupid's Runaway, Home Run Happy trails here in the Thursday opener. The opening quarter sloppy track, 22.55 seconds, all in pursuit of Zappin' It. Zappin' It leads Lucky's Joy, staying close as they come toward the quarter pole. And then between horses, tail lights, Cupid's Runaway unwinding on the far outside. Hadley's Max, Home Run Happy on the extreme outside, and Do You Wanna Dance? These Indiana breds splash for home. Into the stretch, it's Lucky's Joy. Lucky's Joy emerging with the lead from Zappin' It. Hadley's Max with a rail charge. Cupid's Runaway on the stand side. A 16 to go. Cupid's Runaway descends after Lucky's Joy. It's Cupid's Runaway with passion and pace. Cupid's Runaway wins again here. Beats Lucky's Joy by a half length. Hadley's Max was third and Zappin' It finished fourth. 104.17 after the starter sprint. Sloppy track, 104.17, 8-4-1-3. Here's the slow-mo, Cupid's Runaway. 6-5, first favorite home again here for a 12th career win. All here over the Horseshoe Indianapolis track. 4 Lucky's Joy at 3-1, the runner-up to the favorite. 1 Hadley's Backs at 5-1 third, and 3 Zappin' It, 7-1 fourth. Another victory for Cupid's Runaway. Joe Ramos again for Randy Klopp. Race Ranch, the son of Cupid. His arrow hits the mark again. The result of the first race is now official. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 8 Cupid's Runaway with Joe Ramos. Cupid's Runaway is a 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Cupid. Under the Bowman's Band mare, running from Rosie. Randy Klopp trains for Dennis Reese's Reese Ranch. The winner was bred here in the Hoosier State by Reese Ranch. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Cupid's Runaway, now 12 for 16 lifetime here at the track. First results in. 8-4 exacta, $17.40. 50-cent trifecta, 8-4 1 and even $25. Was Zappin' at fourth after the starter sprint. 10-cent superfecta of 8-4-1-3 paid $16.60. At the top of the card, the 7 Tay was a non-runner in the first of the day. Favorite first. 7 ran. Sloppy track, 104.17 seconds. Race 2, 21 minutes away. Second race sprint. There are no scratches. Number 3, Catatonic. A change of jockey to Mitchell Murrell. Opens the 9-5 favorite. Mitchell Murrell on 3, Catatonic. Phillies Mare Sprint, exacta trifecta superfecta. Double pick 3. Starts at the $1 early pick 4 and an all main track card. Main track remains labeled sloppy. Post time 2:41 in all cases. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in just a moment, our first race replay of the starter sprint. Hope you had a bet on Cupid's Runaway. Running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Fast starts for Lucky's Joy and Zappin' It right there. Zappin' It taking strong to Lucky's Joy, and Zappin' It has come away in front for Sammy Bermudez. So Zappin' It has the 5-year-old speed to lead. Lucky's Joy, who chases the pace. Hadley's Max is in the black cap. On the outside, going past the half-mile pole, taillights running in fourth from Do You Wanna Dance. Joe Ramos and the 11th-time winner, Cupid's Runaway on the far outside. Following Cupid's Runaway, Home Run Happy trails here in the Thursday opener. The opening quarter sloppy track, 22.55 seconds, all in pursuit of Zappin' It. Zappin' It leads Lucky's Joy, staying close as they come toward the quarter pole. And then between horses, tail lights, Cupid's Runaway unwinding on the front side. Hadley's Max, home run happy on the extreme outside, and Do You Want to Dance? These Indiana breds splash for home. Into the stretch, it's Lucky's Joy. Lucky's Joy emerging with the lead from Zappin' It. Hadley's Max with a rail charge. Cupid's Runaway on the stand side. A 16 to go. Cupid's Runaway descends after Lucky's Joy. It's Cupid's Runaway with passion and pace. Cupid's Runaway wins again here, beats Lucky's Joy by a half length. Hadley's Max was third and... Wham.
Ladies, mark your calendars. It's Silks and Roses Night Friday, August 8th at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Exclusive giveaways including designer bags, women's golf clubs, gift cards, and more. Plus enjoy a Kill Wins chocolate station, Build your own flower bouquet, $1,000 hat contest, and the Pink Out Classic, with funds benefiting Indiana women in need. Join us for Silks and Roses at 6 p.m. Friday, August 8th at Horseshoe Indianapolis, located off I-74 at exit 109 in Shelbyville.
The 2025 Global Symposium on Racing. It's the premier networking event of the year. Connect with the who's who of racing. Collaborate face-to-face with key decision makers. Be a part of the international conversation. Discover the latest technology and innovation. Join us December 8th through 10th. Register at racingsymposium.com.
From marshmallow festivals to sure, no matter where you're headed this summer, Hubler Ford's got you covered. And during Hubler's Freedom to Drive, we've got your payments covered too, all summer long. So get out there in a new Ford with 0% financing. Plus, buy with 0 down, no payments for 90 days. And Hubler's got you covered for 200,000 miles.
Hubler's got you covered.
DriveHubler.com.
Back here in the paddock, just a couple of minutes away from kicking off the $1 minimum pick 4. The favorite comes home to score, but $4.60, pretty generous on a horse who absolutely loves to win in the opener. 8 horses will go to the gate. 1 will return a winner for race number 2. 6 furlongs the distance on a muddy main track. We'll see if we're able, now a sloppy main track in here. We'll see if we're able to get that upgraded throughout the day, but might be a little bit more challenging than some days, as that sun just refusing to completely pop out here at Shelbyville. But this is an interesting race in here. I think any of them can win. It looks wide open, but I really keyed in on 2 horses between the 4 and the 6. It looks like bettors right now are all about Catatonic, but I think that's fake news. I like Bits of Candy quite a bit, as does the DRF algorithm. Projections indicating this horse could go off as low as 3-2. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. going to be in the classic silks of Judy Doris, as she bred this good-looking daughter of Hit It a Bomb, who may have turf in her future, as there appears to be a little bit of turf on both the top and the bottom, in my opinion, but has done very well on the dirt thus far. 1 win in 3 seconds. In 4 starts, she's yet to miss the exacta, and she dominated last time out. In fact, she was out-broke, which was rare for her. She's usually broken very alertly, and she tracked just off the leaders, moved toward the lead at the top of the lane, and made it a 1-horse race. She was flattered when your second-place runner, Vortex Express, did come back to win. She's shown the ability to go to the lead when she does break well. She can go right to the front, as she did against Crumble, but Crumble had a target that day, and Crumble ran her down. So I think Bits of Candy, even though drawn to the outside, may look to sit just off the flank of a front runner. Not unlikely to clear off, in my opinion, today. I think maybe a little bit better with the target in front of her, and I think she should be able to have that tactical advantage drawn to the outside in this 8-horse field. But you have to love a 4-year-old filly who's consistent. She's been just that thus far. She does take on winners for the first time. The waters get significantly deeper in here. We've got some horses that have faced stakes competition in the past. So Bits of Candy going up in class, but I still like her ability to sit close and pounce. She's also got experience on a good track in which she was bet down to 3-2 that day, bet as if she couldn't lose. She broke sharp, and she gave way to Crumble, the 3-year-old filly who's breaking from post position number 4. Joe Ramos looking for his riding double along with trainer Randy Klopp, as those two have been hot. Klopp and Ramos teaming up is a combination that wins a lot of races. In fact, 22% to be exact, and now a little bit higher after our first race today. This 3-year-old filly is lightly raced. She won on debut, and unlike most Klopp horses, she didn't take action. She went off at 17-1. Wasn't expecting much, but she showed good speed, tracked Bits of Candy, and then overpowered that one at the top of the lane to really win well. She came back in a first-level allowance race on Indiana Derby Day, and she's bet down to 3-5. Bet as if she could not lose. She broke well. She sat just off the leader, but when Ramos asked the question, she just stayed one pace throughout. Now, it was significantly tougher competition. It was winners for the first time. It was a 6-horse field. It was on Indiana Derby Day. Did she run a huge race because she liked a little bit of moisture in the track on debut, or did she just run a huge race feeling fresh on debut? That's a question, but the good news is she ran her best race with moisture in the track. Today we've got sloppy conditions. I think Crumble could bounce back in a big way. It's unique that it goes to show the gambling aspect of this game. Nobody bets her at 17-1. She wins. Everybody piles in to the same bus at 3-5, and she misses the board. It's interesting how that always plays out. Crumble deserves a good look in here as a trainer and rider looking for their doubles only in race number 2. 7 should get great pace set up in here. Little Ransom Fire. Evan Roman, he guided home a stakes winner yesterday for $250,000 and still able to make that weight despite the wallet being a lot heavier today. 1 win from 9 starts for Little Ransom Fire. This 4-year-old filly has 4 third-place finishes to her name, and she exits the same race as both Catatonic and Crumble on that Indiana Derby Day, and she, in fact, beat both of those horses home. However, she's being completely disrespected and dismissed at the win wagers. She beat them to last time out in the common race on July 5th. They're 5-2 and 3-1. She's 11-1. She's going to get a good pace set up in here, and she doesn't necessarily need to come from well off the pace. Last time out was the first time she's come from off the pace. Her maiden breaking score, she sat close, right on the lead, and powered home to come home very well in a maiden special weight event back on April 30th. She hasn't run poorly by any means. She ran in a completely loaded race on May 22nd, which featured G-Force Jimmy, who was just a photo finish away from being a stakes winner yesterday, and Wicked Vet, who I think very highly of. So she's faced some tough foes. I think Little Ransom Fire is the value in this race, but on your screen is Catatonic on the toes and on the muscle for Larry Ravelli, a wide-open betting event as they head out to kick off that $1 pick four.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the second race. This filly's mare sprint at 6 furlongs, a field of 8. No scratches. Number 3, Catatonic. A change of jockey to Mitchell Murrell. Note, Mitchell Murrell up here on 3, Catatonic. No other changes in the sprint. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3. Starts at the $1 early pick 4, sloppy track. 2 minutes to post time, 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute away from post time for the Phillies and Mares sprint on a sloppy track. Start to the $1 early pick 4, less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Ray Kuick. On the knees low with Charming Talisman first in. Sam Ramirez B flat out. Joined Charming Talisman. Now Luis Contreras with Color Me Fast Like Crumble, both for Randy Klopp. Marcelino Pedroza Jr., Bits of Candy, a last out maiden winner here, went in well. Mitchell with Catatonic. Evan Rowan with Little Ransom's Fire. Little Ransom's Fire drew 7, only run. Right now, Bits of Candy, 2-1 favorite. 2 back. Up comes the Temperature filly Crumble. Joe Ramos riding for the opening double, and one more. Closer to the Truth, Alberto Burgos for Jose Camejo. Off the claim. It remains a sloppy track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the game. And they're off. Crumble was awkwardly away, drifts back to last. Sharp away, Little Ransom's Fire along with Bits of Candy. Here comes toward the inside. Color Me Fast, and also right there between horses. Looking to whip up the pace is Catatonic. And Catatonic takes the top for Mitchell Murrell. Catatonic leads the trio of nearest the inside. Color Me Fast with Bits of Candy, and Little Ransom's Fire is wide but close up. Catatonic leads the dash. Then B flat out with Charming Talisman toward the rail. Closer to the Truth is racing wide, and after being off a beat slow, Crumble trails the Phillies Mare Sprint. The quarter 22.51 seconds. Around the far turn that way, it's Catatonic. Bits of Candy starts a bid. Here's Bits of Candy up to Catatonic, and Little Ransom's Fire is right there at the point of attack as they come past the quarter pole. Crumble on the far outside, around closer to the Truth. Then to the inside, Color Me Fast with B flat out and Charming Talisman looking to take closer order into the stretch. Half mile in 45.97 seconds. Where do they go? Bits of Candy just took the lead from Marcelino Pedroza Jr. and pulls away. Bits of Candy from Catatonic. Then on the outside is Little Ransom's Fire. They're close to home. It's Bits of Candy. Bits of Candy wins back to back. Bits of Candy by 6 from Catatonic. Little Ransom's Fire was third. Charming Talisman back and forth. .110.57. After the Phillies Mare sprint over a sloppy track, 110.57, 6.371. Here's the slow-mo. 6 Bits of Candy at even money first. 3 Catatonic. 5-1 was second. 7 Little Ransom's Fire. 13-1 third, and 1 Charming Talisman. 24-1 fourth. What a week for Rob Dobbs Jr. Took out both of yesterday's premier races. Victories in the Indiana First Lady and Governor's Handicap. Takes out the Distaff Sprint here. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. for Judy Doris. Bits of Candy repeats at the meet. Was even money. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 6 Bits of Candy with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Ganador. Bits of Candy is a 4-year-old Grey Roan filly by Hitter to Bomb. Out of Looking for Bits by Monarchos. Rob Dobbs Jr. trains the Judy Doris homebred. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates this repeat meet winner. Bits of Candy splashes home in 110.57 seconds. 6-3 exact to $19.20. 50-cent trifecta, 637, $25.25. 8-6 double paid $12.40. With Charming Talisman fourth, 10-cent superfecta, 6-3-7-1 paid $24.44. The Phillies Mare Sprint, sloppy track, 110.57. Favorite first. All 8 ran. Turning the page. Third race, scratch the 3, Pulgarcito, and 4, Bayesian Sun. Scratch the 3 and the 4 from the next one. No jockey changes. Number 5, Pair of Socks, add 1 pound to the program weight. Ownership correction for Pair of Socks. The ownership of record, Commonwealth Stable, 3 LLC, Sam Sansell, the principal, and SOK Racing of Bob Burnson. Ownership correction for 5 Pair of Socks. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Post time in 21 minutes at 3:12. And they're off. Crumble was awkwardly away, drifts back to last. Sharp away, Little Ransom's Fire, along with Bits of Candy. Here comes toward the inside. Color Me Fast, and also right there between horses, looking to whip up the pace is Catatonic, and Catatonic takes the top for Mitchell Murrow. Catatonic leads the trio of nearest the inside. Color Me Fast with Bits of Candy, and Little Ransom's Fire is wide but close up. Catatonic leads the dash. Then Be Flat Out with Charming Talisman toward the rail. Closer to the Truth is racing wide, and after being off a beat slow, Crumble trails the Phillies Mare Sprint. The quarter 22.51 seconds. Around the far turn that way, it's Catatonic. Bits of Candy starts a bid. Here's Bits of Candy up to Catatonic, and Little Ransom's Fire is right there at the point of attack as they come past the quarter pole. Crumble on the far outside, around closer to the Truth. Then to the inside, Color Me Fast with Be Flat Out and Charming Talisman looking to take closer order into the stretch. Half mile in 45.97 seconds. Where do they go? Bits of Candy just took the lead from Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. and pulls away. Bits of Candy from Catatonic. Then on the outside is Little Ransom's Fire. They're close to home. It's Bits of Candy. Bits of Candy wins back-to-back. Bits of Candy by 6 from Catatonic. Little Ransom's Fire was third. Charming Talisman back in fourth.
everyone. This is your special guest, intern Nathan Klein here, handicapping the third race today at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This is going to be an allowance race with some hardy horses indeed, sprinting at 6 furlongs over a messy surface, which leads to how we're going to play this. Which horses in this field like the mud? Well, for me, in this splash-tastic sort of angle, I decided to go with my first pick, number 5, Pair of Socks. Pair of Socks is a shipping in horse. They have never run here before, but I think that really does have some possibility for something to do here, because this horse is also ridden by a jockey, Rene Diaz, who is also riding here for the first time. Now, why would they want to come here? What would make them want to start having a relationship with us? I think it's because they have an idea that they're going to win. Trained by Dallas Stewart, this horse's most impressive victory was when they broke their maiden on a sloppy track at Fairgrounds by nearly 6 lengths. Besides that, they also won a claiming race over 7 lengths, but that claiming race was at Keeneland, mind you, and their last start was over Churchill Downs. So, all things considered, I believe this horse is very much kind of a big fish going into a smaller, muddier pond. That's what I would consider Pair of Socks. Next up, number 9, Chocolate Moose. This is a more local horse trained by Randy Klopp. Hard to go against Randy Klopp. This guy is one of the best trainers that we have currently going at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Chocolate Moose also has some success over the wet dirt surface. Most recently, their victory was a neck victory in Allowance Company, and they're coming off of a Open Company second place finish. So they're familiar with the competition, hardworking, consistent, have some early speed to offer. I think that all things go for this horse, Chocolate Moose. And then lastly, for a bit of a longer shot on this board, it would be number 8, Healing Waters, about 11-1 this horse. In 5 tries over the wet dirt, they've only been worse than second a single time. There's 1 victory, and then there's 3 second-place finishes, adding up to a total of $44,500, which is about a third of their total lifetime earnings, all over the wet surface, and that's made even more impressive, considering that's only a fourth of their lifetime career starts. So, a surprisingly consistent horse over the wet surface. I would consider using number 8, Healing Waters, down under for this race. Those are my 3 picks for race number 3. Post time will be in 8 minutes. Wish you the best of luck.
The horses stepping onto the sloppy track for the third race. The sprint over the 6. A field of 7 scratch the 3 Pulgarcito and the 4 Bayesian Sun. Scratch the 3 and the number 4 from the race card. No rider changes. 5 pair of socks a pound over. Pair of socks postward for Commonwealth Stable 3 LLC of Sam Samsel. Commonwealth Stable 3 LLC, Sam Samsel, and SOK Racing of Bob Burnson. 3 and 4 of the non-runners, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Drawing closer to post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. 6-5 favorite Tiz Eddie. Samir Bermudez for Tomas Bandina. Santos Sanjor, Lil Muggs in the gold. Javier Patron Barcenas with Run Benji Run. Now facing up to the gate. Holiday House loads. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. riding for a double. Cupid's Runaway and Bits of Candy, our first two sprint winners on this sloppy track. Renee Diaz rides Pair of Socks. Alberto Burgos with Healing Waters. At 6 furlongs, one more. Luis Contreras with Chocolate Mousse. Tiz Eddie, 6-5 favorite. They're in the gate. Pair of Socks, the son of a Como, was fractious in the gate. Resetting that door for Pair of Socks. The starter back to his spot. Sloppy track here it remains. Starter takes the trigger in hand. Ready. Pair of Socks okay to reload and run, all set. They're off and sprinting. Lil Muggs was squeezed back. Chocolate Mousse sharply away with Run Benji Run doing just that now for Javier Padron Barcenas. And Run Benji Run just leads. Here comes the pack being led by Holiday House. Tiz Eddie just off the leader's heels. Right there is Healing Waters. It's a close-knit field. Bar Lil Muggs who's detached. Going past the half-mile pole, Tiz Eddie held up. Healing Waters in the green cap, Chocolate Mousse. And then toward the inside is Pair of Socks running second to last. And after 2.5 furlongs, Lil Muggs trails. The quarter 22.57 seconds, 3 furlongs away. Holiday House has taken a short lead. Run Benji Run quick to counterattack, and Healing Waters right there too. These three coming toward the quarter pole with Tiz Eddie lurking running in fourth. Chocolate Mousse on the far outside in fifth. Pair of Socks is in behind horses. Pair of Socks second to last, and Lil Muggs trails. They turn for home. And here's Healing Waters, who's swept ahead. Tiz Eddie charging with those red blinkers. To the inside is Run Benji Run. Holiday House Vibe, it has dropped back, then Chocolate Mousse. Tiz Eddie charging after Healing Waters. These two head-to-head past the 16th. From Run Benji Run, Chocolate Mousse into fourth. It is Healing Waters, and on the outside, Tiz Eddie, Healing Waters for Alberto Burgos over Tiz Eddie in a driving finish. Run Benji Run and Chocolate Mousse. .109.55 after the sprint. 109.55 seconds. The judges have called for a win photograph after the sprint. Up comes the slow-mo, Healing Waters. 17-1, 3-5, Tiz Eddie. 1-2 on a sloppy track. Run Benji Run, Chocolate Mousse. Lil Muggs, Pair of Socks got dirty. Holiday House tailed off. Hold all tickets until official. 8129 posted. 8 Healing Waters. 17-1 upsets. 1 Tizzetti at 3-5. The runner-up denied by Healing Waters. 2 Run Benji Run. A 30-1 odds third. And 9 Chocolate Moose at 3-1 fourth. 8129. Your attention, please. There's been a jockey's claim of foul lodged in the stretch run. Jockey's foul claim to be adjudicated. Sammy Bermudez on 1 Tizzetti, the rider of the runner-up at 3-5, has claimed foul against Alberto Burgos on 8. Healing Waters, the unofficial 17-1 winner. They'll take the Cody photo, but there is an objection pending. The rider of the 1 has claimed foul against Alberto Burgos in the green cap here on 8 Healing Waters, alleging interference in the stretch run. Hold all bets and photos. There will be no changes made to the running order. The jockey's objection has been disallowed. They both rode hard there in that sprint. It's gone to Healing Waters, beating home Tizzetti. Run Benji Run third. Chocolate Moose fourth. 8129. Claim of foul disallowed. Race 3 official. Eight one exact after a driving finish, $79.80. The 50-cent trifecta, 812, $187.25. 6-8 double, $97.40. 10-cent superfecta, 8129, paid $88.58. Chocolate Moose ran fourth. The first 50-cent pick 3 of the day, all main track card, returned $65.55. In the sprint, 3 and 4 were the non-runners. Favorite, second. 7 ran, 109.55 on a sloppy track, 109.55. Race 4 in the maiden juvenile fillies dash, scratch the 2 Relentless Chick, 3 Tiva, and 5 Party in the club. Scratch the 2-3 and the number 5. Exacta trifecta superfecta, double pick 3. Maiden juvenile fillies sprint starts the 50-cent late pick 5 off the turf. sloppy main track. Post time in 16 minutes due at 3:42. All set. They're off and sprinting. Lil Muggs was squeezed back. Chocolate Mousse sharply away with Run Benji Run doing just that now for Javier Padron Barcenas. And Run Benji Run just leads. Here comes the pack being led by Holiday House. Tiz Eddie just off the leader's heels. Right there is Healing Waters. It's a close-knit field, bar Lil Muggs who's detached. Going past the half-mile pole, Tiz Eddie held up. Healing Waters in the green cap, Chocolate Mousse. And then toward the inside is Pair of Socks running second to last. And after 2.5 furlongs, Lil Muggs trails. The quarter 22.57 seconds, 3 furlongs away. Holiday House has taken a short lead. Run Benji Run quick to counterattack, and Healing Waters right there too. These three coming toward the quarter pole with Tiz Eddie lurking running in fourth. Chocolate Mousse on the far outside in fifth. Pair of Socks is in behind horses. Pair of Socks second to last, and Lil Muggs trails. They turn for home. And here's Healing Waters, who's swept ahead. Tiz Eddie charging with those red blinkers. To the inside is Run Benji Run. Holiday House Vibe, it has dropped back, then Chocolate Mousse. Tiz Eddie charging after Healing Waters. These two head-to-head past the 16th. From Run Benji Run, Chocolate Mousse into fourth. It is Healing Waters, and on the outside, Tiz Eddie, Healing Waters for Alberto Burgos over Tiz Eddie in a driving finish. Run Benji Run and Chocolate all set.
The upset is on in race number 3. We're 9 minutes away from race number 4, kicking off that late Fire 5. Scratch 2, 3, and 5 out of this event. And no, this was not scheduled to be on the turf, always on the main track, but do scratch 2, 3, and 5. As 2-year-old fillies bred in the great state of Indiana will take main stage in here, going a distance of 5 furlongs on a sloppy track, and I expect that track condition to stay sloppy throughout the remainder of the day. I think with those rain showers earlier on, we are going to be bound for sloppy track all day long. I happen to love Spirited Justice. This is my hammer time play of the day. Singled on the early pick 5 as well as the late Fire 5. This 2-year-old filly, she had trouble in the race. The running line by Equibase says a great rail, steadied, half, bid, fourth. And ultimately she was in tight on the rail. She broke from the inside that day, and she was in very tight in an uncomfortable position. Luis Contreras had his hands and heels back on her trying to hit the brakes, and ultimately ran a huge effort after acting up in the gate pretty abruptly. I think she kind of ran her race in the starting gate that day. She is handling herself nicely today. She's not misbehaving or exuding too much energy in here. The handler obviously alert and ready to go for this 2-year-old filly for her behavioral issues, but hopefully she's matured at least a little bit, both mentally and physically, since debuting here a month ago. And oftentimes if a horse thrashes in the gate and they're having to be backed out and reviewed by the veterinarian, the state vet, that's just as bad as breaking through the gate, in my opinion. So I think Spirited Justice, unfortunately, we won't know until our wagers are locked, our single is locked in, how she's going to act at the starting gate. That is the biggest concern. But the hammer time play of the day, just like Vanilla Ice, we're going to hammer time Spirited Justice. But right now, not much of a win wager hammer potential candidate in here. 3 to 5 on the board off that 5 to 2 morning line is taking a ton of action as one of the few horses with experience against a ton of first-time starters. But if there's any live first-time starters, which I'm sure there are in this group, it could be Suki's Song. You heard from Nathan, this is a full sibling being out of Little Secret to a horse that we will see later on today, Mi Sargento. Now, they're both still looking for their first win, which would mean that the mare is still looking to produce her first winner. Mi Sargento's 0 for 12, but Suki's Song could be any type in here. Goes out as a homebred for Rancho Monarca by Spite's Song. Has some good workouts, a lot of 3 furlong workouts, stretched it out to 4 furlongs recently. I like that maybe the best workout, at least from a time perspective, came on a muddy main track. So she should be familiar to some moisture in the ground. She certainly turned out beautiful. She's got that white blaze on her front. She's a gorgeous looking filly in here. I like the way this one looks. Physically, we'll see if she can run as good as she looks. That'll be the key. She is favorably drawn to the outside, and she gets Joshua Morales calling the shots in here for Rancho Monarca, and Tony Duran looking to improve that already good 13% first out win rate for him and his team, 9 to 1 on the board. But the inside runner is Imperial Merlot, Sammy Bermudez, and Tony Cunningham, as Bermudez had to settle for a tough luck second last time out on our favorite, or in the last race. This one is a homebred for Swifty Farms by Sambaye out of Indelible Mark, who is a 9-year-old mare who she never raced. She never tried racing, and she's produced 2 horses. One of them didn't make it to the track, Indelible Everett, or at least hasn't made it to the track to date as a 3-year-old, and this will be the first one by this foal to make it to the races. So it could be any sort in here. However, you do have connections that have been showing their hand a little bit in the morning. June 13th, best of 22. July 2nd, 4th best of 31, going 4 furlongs, and then got the gate workout, 35-1. Should have plenty of gate speed. We'll see if Imperial Merlot has any finish. Right now, the betting board not telling us too much. 5 to 1 is projected to go off based on that DRF algorithm at 3 to 1, but this one's been blowing holes in the wind in the morning. We'll see if that can contribute to afternoon success in here. A ton of love in the morning. We'll see how fast this one is away and if she can get the full 5 furlongs. But let's take a look at this late Fire 5 with the scratches of the 2, 3, and 5, and you can't have a hammer time without singling it. So we're going to single in here the 8. I love the experience of the 8 in this spot. Race number 5 is a challenging endeavor. mile and a 16th off turf. I want nothing to do with that. We'll pretty much hit the all button in race number 5. Race number 6 may use some sneaky horses in there. Maiden claiming in that group. I'm going to throw in Jake's Trouble 5-1 for Aaron West, second time out. And then Jane Plain, a first-time starter for Tracy Wisner. She owns and trains. Joshua Romero will be aboard. We're going to go a little bit skinny in races 7 and 8. Those are races that somewhat had quite a few scratches in there. So just 3 deep in the back end of this pick 5. We'll see if we can't get this single home. The hammer time of the day with experience against a bunch of first-time starters in the slop. I'm all about Spirited Justice as we're just a couple of minutes away from race number 4. One of the lowest takeouts in the country. Your opportunity to dive in because you can't win it if you're not in it. Good luck.
The horses called postward now for the 4th race. Maiden Juvenile Filly Sprint over the 5 furlongs, a field of 7. Scratch 2, Relentless Chick. The 3, Tiva. And take out number 5, Party in the club. Scratch 2, 3, and the number 5 from the race card. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3. Start to the 50-cent late pick 5 on an all main track card. Sloppy. Closer to post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. Start to the 50-cent late pick 5, main track sloppy. You have less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading Samuel Bermudez. Imperial Merlot making her bow. She went in well, Imperial Merlot. Tornado's Quest. Alberto Burgos riding for a double. Teaming with John Harron. Now Prayer Unbridled. Joe Ramos with a win on the card. Luis Contreras with Spirited Justice. Josh Morales, Suchi Song making her bow. A couple of fillies back. Fernando de la Cruz, twice started Timeless Justice. One more. Sando Sanjo with Sahara Hadi coming up. Sahara Hadi, she's one of the 4 first-time starters at 5 furlongs. Sloppy track, they're in the gate. Ready. And they're off. Imperial Merlot dashes away from the rail for Sammy Bermudez, the Swifty Farms newcomer. Imperial Merlot beats them to the punch. Spirited Justice pursues the pace going past the half-mile pole. Sahara Hadi in the black cap is running into 3rd from Prayer Unbridled in 4th. Timeless Justice is next in 5th as they round the far turn 3 furlongs from home. Then it's a break of 7 more to Suchi Song, who's running second to last and beaten for pace. Tornado's Quest Trails. The first 2 of 5 furlongs in 22.47 seconds. These leaders coming toward the quarter pole. It's Imperial Merlot, and on the outside, Spirited Justice now for Luis Contreras as these maiden 2-year-old fillies turn for home here on this sloppy track, and Spirited Justice has taken command from Imperial Merlot as they come down toward the final furlong. Sahara Hadi's running in 3rd. Then Prayer Unbridled, and on the outside, Timeless Justice. It's Spirited Justice, and she's pulled away. The daughter of Lantana Mob, Spirited Justice, romps in at second, asking 1 by 5 from Sahara Hadi. Imperial Merlot holds Timeless Justice for 3rd. 58.98. 8-10-1-6, 8 Spirited Justice. 3-5 first. Favorite home over 10 Sahara Hadi. 16-1 second. Here's the slow-mo. 1 Imperial Merlot. Broke sharp. Third in at 2-1. And 6 Timeless Justice. And her third run. Getting into the frame at 48-1 for the Superfecta. It's 8-10-1-6. Luis Contreras. Lantana Mob. Philly. Thomas Medina. Justice Farm at second asking. Hold all tickets until official. The result of the fourth race official. Making her way into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle is the 8 Spirited Justice with Luis Contreras. Spirited Justice is a 2-year-old made filly by Lantana Mob. And a she-fox by Into Mischief. Wins here at second asking for Tomas Medina, the Justice Farm Greg Justice homebred. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Spirited Justice, clocked 58.98. $8.10 exact at $20 even. 50-cent trifecta, $17.75. This 50-cent pick 3 covered races 2, 3, and 4. Pays out $53.90. The Healing Waters, Spirited Justice 8-day double, $65.80. 10-cent superfecta, 8-10-1-6 paid $15.53. And the maiden juvenile filly sprint, 2, 3, and 5 were the non-runners. Favorite, first. 7 ran, sloppy track, 58.98 depth to the running of race 4. Race 5 is our next port of call. It's off the turf. 1 of 3 today taken off the turf course, all main track card. Race 5, mile and a 16th. Scratch 3, Could You Be Loved? 4, Choate. Take out the 7, Ranch Life. 8, Baytown Storm. Scratch 9, Lunar Lace. Take out number 11, Ace of Cats. 14, Babe in the Woods. And scratch 15, Flowered. Rechecking. Scratch 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 11, 14, and the number 15. Number 12, Tuenda. The jockey, Sammy Bermudez. Waive the apprentice allowance. 118, corrected weight, 118. Sammy Bermudez rides 12, Tuenda. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3. Starts at the $1 late pick 4. Presented daily by Itoba. An all main track card, thus. No $1 horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3. Sloppy track, 4:13 post time. And they're off. Imperial Merlot dashes away from the rail for Sammy Bermudez. The Swifty Farms newcomer. Imperial Merlot beats them to the punch. Spirited Justice pursues the pace going past the half-mile pole. Sahara Hadi in the black cap is running into 3rd from Prayer Unbridled in 4th. Timeless Justice is next in 5th as they round the far turn 3 furlongs from home. Then it's a break of 7 more to Suchi Song, who's running second to last and beaten for pace. Tornado's Quest Trails. The first 2 of 5 furlongs in 22.47 seconds. These leaders coming toward the quarter pole. It's Imperial Merlot, and on the outside, Spirited Justice now for Luis Contreras as these maiden 2-year-old fillies turn for home here on this sloppy track, and Spirited Justice has taken command from Imperial Merlot as they come down toward the final furlong. Sahara Hotty's running in third, then Prayer Unbridled, and on the outside, Timeless Justice. It's Spirited Justice, and she's pulled away. The daughter of Lantana Mob, Spirited Justice, romps in at second, asking 1 by 5 from Sahara Hotty. Imperial Merlot holds Timeless Justice for third.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Jack Daniels starts here. From cave spring water to sugar maple charcoal to smooth Tennessee whiskey. Made by those who pour everything into their craft. That's what makes Jack, Jack.
11 minutes to race 5 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. You guys are going to have to be patient with me. I sound horrible because I'm sick, but we're going to get through this together. We have a filly mare, 3-year-old up, claiming for 12.5, a mile and a 16th on the slop. And man, is it just continued to be wet out there. Let's just talk about who's in this race, as we do have a lot of scratches. This was slated for a mile and a 16th on the grass. We got 1, 2, 6, 10, 12, and 13 are still in. And we do have a jockey change. Sammy's on the 12, Twinda. I'm going to go with a 6 Crown with Grace on top. Ramos getting the opener here on the Thursday card. He's looking for a double. This is a 3-year-old filly by Liam's Map. 10 starts, 1 win in 2 seconds, and finally put it all together last time. I know they were excited about that. And it was a race similar. It came off the, well, not similar to the surface. It did come off of the turf. It was slated for the turf and ended up being a fast track on the dirt. And she won by almost 7 lengths with Ramos up for Tiana in that race. She just has a hard time getting out of the gate. Kind of missed the start. She got declared a non-starter when she did run on the turf on May 19th, and then she kind of got off to an awkward start. And she was kind of far back at the beginning, and then ended up just kind of tracking and got up there and ended up winning by many. Look at the sun coming out. Love to see it. But yeah, she looks really good here, and Tiana had a little bit of bad luck yesterday. So hoping that she can turn it around today. She's got some good horses this year, and she's had some nice luck. So I'm going to go with Crowned with Grace on top, owned by Chris and Alan Wash and Tiana, some of my favorite owners, wonderful people here today. So then I'm going to go with the rail, the 1. Fernando de la Cruz is aboard here for Joe Davis. The 1 is 5-1 right now on the tote board and has moved barns to Joe's barn recently. Normando Jimenez owns this 3-year-old filly by Jimmy Creed, River Oak Farm bred. She's making her 10th lifetime start. She's had a win, a second, and a third. So I kind of was going through it, and I thought, she has her best race recently is that May 21st on a mile and 70 on a good track. So that's a little bit of moisture. Nathan and I were just talking about if I consider that. I do. I think horses that can run on a good track might also not mind a sloppy track either. So claiming for 12.5, it was the same class. It was routing, going a little bit farther, a mile and a 16th. Was second by a head in that race. And that was where this horse was forwardly placed. I think it's important for the 1 to be up close, because if you go back to like 2024, that's how she broke her maiden. Her other 3rd place finish, she was close. So I think when she gets left, she kind of checks out. But if she gets out and she's on the rail and she can get into the mix early on the front, she'll stay on the front. So that's my hope with the 1. And then the 2 is 5-2 right now, West Maple. Ronnie Prescott won in one of our stakes races, handicaps yesterday. He's had a good last couple days. The 2 is 3-1 right now on the tote board. West Maple for Brian Waltz, who owns and trains this 3-year-old filly by Motown. And she's making her 7th lifetime start. West Maple, she's put up a 71. She's got some good comparable numbers here. 3rd off the layoff is key for her. Like I said, she was 2nd versus similar. She broke the maiden with Rodney on the turf, and she was 2nd on the turf in her last race. So it's a bit of a question mark what she's going to do here on the slot, but who knows? She might like it. She was the favorite last time and got beat 2 lengths for 2nd by Bingo Baby. There's no Bingo Baby in here, no Baytown Storm in here. A lot of the horses that she normally runs against that have been beating her aren't in, so I'm throwing the 2 in there. 6-1-2 for me. Here in the 5th race, this does start the late Itoba pick 4. Be sure to visit Itoba website to check out ownership opportunities if you've ever been interested. They have a wonderful program. Yesterday, our handicaps went for $200,000 and $250,000. 6 minutes to post. Good luck.
A horse is stepping onto the track that remains labeled sloppy for race 5. This one of 3 taken off the turf course, all main track card as we've noted. Main track sloppy here, a field of 6 over the mile and a 16th. Scratch 3, Could You Be Loved? 4, Shote. 7, Ranch Life, take out 8, Baytown Storm. 9, Lunar Lace. Scratch 11, Ace of Cats. 14, Babe in the Woods, and scratch 15, Flowered. 12, Tuenda, Sammy Bermudez. Rides 12, Tuenda. Waive the apprentice allowance, 118 corrected weight there. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3 and start to the $1 late pick 4. Presented daily by Itoba. No horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3 today. Sloppy track with 2 minutes to post time. Less than 1 minute to post time. Start to the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the mile ending 16th main track start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Rodney Prescott with West Maple has joined La Orgullosa, who was first in for Fernanda de la Cruz. From with Grace, Joe Ramos won the opener. Mitchell Morrow with Al Tira coming up. Two back, Samir Bermudez with Tuenda. Over the mile ending 16th. One more. What if? Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Does a win on the card? They're in the gate. And they're off. La Orgullosa toward the inside. West Maple has an orange cap. There's Tuenda on the early pace. What if Altira and Crowned with Grace has dropped back to last as they enter the first turn? It's La Orgullosa with West Maple second with 7 furlongs to run, and on the outside is Tuenda running in the 3-path from third. As these fillies of mare go to the back of this wet track, Altira saving ground. Racing 2 clear from What If, who's running second to last, and Crown with Grace trails the Sextet, the quarter in 24.13 seconds. With Fernando de la Cruz and the rail, it's La Orgullosa who leads them up the back. Rodney Prescott has West Maple close up. Altira comes up the rail now for Mitchell Morrow with her bid. On the outside, Tuenda running in 4th position still for Samir Bermudez. Break it 2 more. What If is second to last for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. And with Joe Ramos, Crown with Grace remains the back marker. It's still La Orgullosa, who was first past the half-mile pole in 48.59 seconds. They enter the far turn. La Orgullosa leads. The favorite led at 4 to 5, 3 furlongs away, and spurts away to a nearly 3-length advantage. On the outside is Tuenda, who's vying for second with West Maple. Then comes Altira, Crowned with Grace, up a spot, and What If has dropped back to last. 3/4 in 113.22. Through the goo here at the shoe, and La Orgullosa spins them in. It's La Orgullosa looking to seal the deal. Coming down toward the final furlong with Fernando. La Orgullosa is an 8-length leader past the 8th pole. La Orgullosa widens past the 16th from Tuenda, and then Crowned with Grace and West Maple. They're close to home. La Orgullosa, and all the way winner. Crowned with Grace gained second from Tuenda third, and West Maple finished fourth. 145.06. 1-6-12-2-1. La Orgullosa. 4-5 first. 6. Crown with Grace. 9-2 was second. 12 to Wenda. 8-1 third. And 2. West Maple gets into the frame. La Orgullosa. 4-5 favorite takes it out. Fernando de la Cruz for Joe Davis. C. Memez Racing Stable. La Orgullosa wires them. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle the 1, La Orgullosa with Fernando de la Cruz. La Orgullosa is a 3-year-old bay filly by Jimmy Creed. The Brody's Cause mare, Shining Cause, Joe Davis trains for Jimenez, Racing Stable LLC of Normando Jimenez. The winner was bred in Kentucky by River Oak Farm LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of La Orgullosa. 1-6 exacta paid $12.60. 10-cent superfecta, $5.55. 50-cent trifecta, 1-6-12, $12.10. 8-1 double, $13.80. $1 early pick 4. 4-4, $294.30. The 50-cent pick 3 on races 3, 4, and 5. Nets $59.45. And the 50-cent early pick 5, $382.65. Pays out on 5 of 5. In race 5, favorite was first. 6 ran sloppy track, 145.06. Race 6 is 24 minutes away now. Scratch number 12, Lord Class. Number 12, Lord Class has been scratched. No rider changes. Number 10, Jane Plain, 1 pound over. Exacta trifecta superfecta, the 10-cent Grand High 5 pentafecta wager featured on the maiden dash. Double pick 3. Post time will be at 4:46. Just to remind all of our Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, no live racing tomorrow, nor Saturday, Sunday, nor this upcoming Monday. Will be dark here on Monday the 4th. Next live race card here on Tuesday, August the 5th, when purse time will be at 2:10. No live racing here tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, nor Monday. Tuesday's card on the 5th, off at 2:10. And they're off. La Orgullosa toward the inside. West Maple has an orange cap. There's Tuenda on the early pace. What If, Altira, and Crowned with Grace has dropped back to last as they enter the first turn. It's La Orgullosa with West Maple second with 7 furlongs to run, and on the outside is Tuenda running in the 3-path from third. As these fillies of mare go to the back of this wet track, Altira saving ground. Racing 2 clear from What If, who's running second to last, and Crown with Grace trails the Sextet, the quarter in 24.13 seconds. With Fernando de la Cruz and the rail, it's La Orgullosa who leads them up the back. Rodney Prescott has West Maple close up. Al T-Rock comes up the rail now for Mitchell Morrow with her bid. On the outside, Tuendo running in fourth position still for Simmer Bermudez. Break it 2 more. What If is second to last for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. And with Joe Ramos, Crown with Grace remains the back marker. It's still La Orgolosa, who was first past the half-mile pole in 48.59 seconds. They enter the far turn. La Orgolosa leads the favorite bled at 4 to 5, 3 furlongs away, and spurts away to a nearly 3-length advantage. On the outside is Tuenda, who's vying for second with Waste Maple. Then comes Al T-Rock, crowned with Grace, up a spot, and What If has dropped back to last. 3/4 in 113.22. Through the goo here at the shoe, and La Orgolosa spins them in. It's La Orgolosa looking to seal the deal. Coming down toward the final furlong with Fernando. La Orgolosa is an 8-length leader past the 8th pole. La Orgolosa widens past the 16th from Tuenda, and then crowned with Grace and West Maple. They're close to home. La Orgolosa, an all-the-way winner. Crowned with Grace gained second from Tuenda third, and West Maple finished fourth.
Hello and welcome to this week's Nathan Horse Racing History Minute. The goal of any race is to win, but who has won the most? In America, first and second most winning racehorses, Kingston with 89 wins from 138 outs and Bankrupt with 86 wins from 348 outs, brings these two closer. The fact is that these two are actually siblings, with the same sire, Spendthrift, who also sired Hastings, the grandfather of the mighty man of war. And if you've ever visited Spendthrift Farm, it's named after this very horse, one of the great early sires of America. And he just so happened to have the first and second most winning horses in all of American history, both from his genes. But if you leave the mainland and go to Puerto Rico, Kingston's 89 wins look like nothing. In Puerto Rico, 7 different horses have won over 100 races, and 3 have won over 150 times. Condado, 152, Yaucono won 160, and the most wins by a thoroughbred ever in history was a mare named Carizbar, at a staggering 197 wins. I'm confident in saying that will never be broken.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
you've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
Moving right along here on a Thursday at Horseshoe Indianapolis, scratch your outside runner number 12, Lord Class, out of this event, still on a sloppy main track, and I think we'll probably close out the card on a sloppy track off the turf today, as we're about 11 minutes away from race number 6, one of your final pick 3 opportunities of the day between this race and the next. 5.5 furlongs going to be the distance, and I'm going to key in on some outside-ish runners in here with Jake's Trouble, a 3-year-old gelding by Skyfire for MY Stables, bred by South River Ranch and now conditioned by Aaron West. He sends out 2. He's got the heavily backed favorite in Song of Vale along with Jake's Trouble. Now, previously, I always assumed that Mr. Sammy Bermudez would have his choice, and in this case, it would lead one to believe that he likely had an opportunity. In fact, he's ridden both stable mates in each of their career races, or all of their career races. But Fernando de la Cruz snuck in right around July 4th, Independence Day, and he started winning races for Aaron West at a very high clip. He's only had 9 starts, but they've won at 22%, and their ROI is 582, much because usually when Aaron entered into the one that Sammy was aboard had always taken the lion's share amount of money. Well, Fernando de la Cruz, being the rider he is, said not so fast and started winning races at a very high clip. He wasn't aboard Jake's Trouble on debut, but this 3-year-old gelding is by a mare who is a 3-time winner, and 5 of 9 siblings have won. However, they are winless on debut. So is it that big of a problem that this one was bet down to even money and didn't win on debut? Probably not. However, the siblings have had success, and hopefully Jake's Trouble will improve. They're putting this horse in a spot that they can be competitive. They're not trying the maiden special weight, maiden claiming ranks. I thought they were bet down. They took a heavy action as if they were going to win that day. They really had no reason to be beaten. They moved up and then just kind of got a little tired. May have been one work short, should be tighter and more fit today for Jake's Trouble's second start. There's a lot of upside for Jake's Trouble today at 7-2, but a first-time starter may have something to say about all that, and that's Jane Plain. Taking a while for this 4-year-old filly to get to the starting gate, being by Santiva. Joshua Romero going to be aboard this Tracy Wisner trainee, as she owns as well. 7-pound weight allowance with Joshua Romero riding, gets a 7-pound weight break from some of the others in here. Debuts with LASIK, Pretty Plain Jane the mare. She is an 8-time winner for over $208,000 in her career. She's produced 8% winners so far. 4 of 6 have gone on to win. However, much like the top selection, 0 for 5 on debut. So she doesn't always spit out super precocious young horses, but this horse isn't all that young anymore. 4-year-old filly making the debut. The connections have been very patient, putting this horse in a spot that they can win at first asking as well. I think there's a lot to like, especially the price on Jane Plain at 10-1, but the heavily backed favorite is going to be ridden by Sammy Bermudez. You heard me touch on it with Aaron West. He's been aboard each of these horses in all of their career races. You would assume that he had his opportunity to choose, and he will be donning the Bone Doctor's Stable silks in here for Song of the Vale. $4,000 sales purchase through the Indiana Ring here back in 2023. Is an Indiana bred, but uniquely the mare, Valencia Vale, was a New York bred who really only had 2 turf tries, and the lone sibling hasn't produced much so far. So there's not in the way of breeding that really jumps off the page. This horse did debut on opening day here at Horseshoe Indy, losing to Covert Kid. Was out broke, did rush up and challenge, ultimately galloping out well, but still beaten by 10 lengths. Really improved second time out as the beaten favorite, but ultimately had no excuse to lose. And then last time, you have to find a reason that this horse performed so poorly. Was it a jump up from maiden claiming to maiden special weight? It could have been. However, sometimes your hands are forced from the condition book. Maybe there wasn't a maiden claiming race that was going to go or some sort, but they go back to maiden claiming, and here should appreciate the class relief. 3-1, Chili on the board. 9, 10, and 7 in a sloppy maiden claimer coming at you next.
The horses call postward now for the 6th race. The spin and sprint over the 5.5 furlongs, a field of 11. Number 12, Lord Class, has been scratched. Scratch number 12, Lord Class. No rider changes here in the maiden. 10, Jane Plain, 1 pound over. The listed program weight there. Scratch the 12, Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. 10-cent Grand High 5 Pentafecta wagering featured here on the maiden dash. Double pick 3. Track sloppy, getting closer to post time. Less than 1 minute 2 post time. Less than 1 minute now. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Andres Calleja with Dewey Oxberger. Luis Contreras with Tennyson Kid joined the Ox. Now Sammy Bermudez with Song of the Veil. 3-2 favorite, Song of the Veil. Alex Dejard with More Gold. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Here's Buster B. Jose Gutierrez with TD Memories drew 3. Santos Anjor with Trouble or Nothing to come up. Jinx Trouble, Fernando de la Cruz riding for a double on the card. Trouble or Nothing. Jinx Trouble both in. Left. Alberto Burgos on the Thursday scoreboard. Joseph Romero, Jane Plain, she went in okay. One more. Hanalei with Count the Cash. Like Jane Plain, both here for Tracy Wisner. As the clouds return, main track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis remains labeled sloppy. They're in the game. The Rolfin sprinting. Song of the Veil in the purple broke sharp. On the outside is Jinx Trouble flashing speed, joined by the 4-year-old filly newcomer Jane Plain, who's going forward. And toward the inside, Dewey Oxberger has come out running in 4th or 5th. Jane Plain just leads a pressing pack. On the outside is Count the Cash, who's up with these leaders. Toward the inside, Dewey Oxberger sprinted back. More goal between horses past the half-mile pole. Left is next. It's a break of 3 more. Buster B is in the pink. 3 furlongs to go. Then TD Memories, Trouble or Nothing, and wide. Tennyson Kid trails the maiden. 22.67 lead seconds. It's Jane Plain. Jane Plain spearheads them, coming toward the quarter pole in front for Joseph Romero in front of Count the Cash. So these two for Tracy Wisner both, but toward the inside is Jinx Trouble in the yellow jacket. Song of the Veil straightened away in 4th. They're homeward bound and Jinx Trouble comes up the inside. It's Jinx Trouble with Count the Cash. Dropping back was Jane Elliott. Toward the inside was Jane Plain, and a late charge on the outside. Down by Buster B. They're inside the final 16th. It is Jake's Trouble. Jake's Trouble, and on the outside, Buster B joins Jake's Trouble. Buster B with that late surge on the wire with Jake's Trouble photo finish. Then Count the Cash and More Gold. Photo finish in 105.95 seconds. Win photograph, hold all tickets. 8-9, 11-2, and the 7 runs fifth. 8, Buster B. 5-1, got up in the final strides. 9, Jake's Trouble. 5-1 was caught. 11, Count the Cash. 44-1 third. 2, More Gold. 15-1 fourth, and 7, Song of the Veil for the Pentafecta. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. doubles on the card here for Ray Paquette the third, and Merle J. Sam. Buster B. The son of Slope in his 5th run. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 8, Buster B. Riding double for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Buster B, 4-year-old big gelding by Slope. Out of the Trap Shot Mare, Tistrep. Racing for Ray Paquette the third. Breeder co-owner, Merle J. Sam. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Buster B. Out to the maiden ranks. Results and prices after the maiden. 8-9 exacta, $76.60. 50-cent trifecta paid $475.10. 1-8 double, $24.40. The 10-cent pentafecta rounded out by Song of the Veil, 5th in the maiden. 10-cent pentafecta, $7,700. $10.17. 50-cent pick 3 paid $10.90. More Gold ran 4th. 10-cent superfecta, 8-9, 11-2, $964.20. 11 face starter Ray Coick. Sloppy track it remains. 105.95 seconds after the running of race 6. 7th race, one of those taken off the turf course. Race 7 to be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 1 Engine Soul. 5 Hot Black Coffee. Take out 7 Bit of Justice. Scratch 8 Jogger. Couple of jockey changes. 2 Porky Is My Name will be ridden by Mitchell Murrell. Mitchell Murrell on 2, Porky Is My Name. 14 Bold Justice draws in on the rider Rene Diaz. Rene Diaz rides the 14 Bold Justice, a 7-race maiden. Race 7 with exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, 10-cent grand high 5, pentafecta wagering featured on the maiden. Post time will be in 21 minutes at 5:20. We'll turn the mic here at Horseshoe Indianapolis over to University of Arizona racetrack industry intern Nathan Klein, his final day with us here for his summer internship. Nathan to call the 7th, 8th, and 9th, closing the card with the Mary Holman George Memorial Stakes, a quarter horse dash to wrap up the card. Nathan Klein calls the 7th, 8th, and 9th, and race 7, the maiden, at 5:20. The Rough and Sprinting, Song of the Veil in the purple broke sharp. On the outside is Jake's Trouble Flashing Speed, joined by the 4-year-old filly newcomer Jane Plain, who's going forward. And toward the inside, Dewey Oxberger has come out running in 4th or 5th. Jane Plain just leads a pressing pack. On the outside is Count the Cash, who's up with these leaders. To the inside, Dewey Oxberger sprinted back. More goal between horses past the half-mile pole. Left is next. It's a break of 3 more. Buster B is in the pink. 3 furlongs to go. Then TD Memories, Trouble or Nothing, and Wide. Tennyson Kid trails the maiden. 22.67 lead seconds. It's Jane Plain. Jane Plain spearheads them, coming toward the quarter pole in front for Joseph Romero in front of Count the Cash. So these two for Tracy Wisner both, but toward the inside is Jake's Trouble in the yellow jacket. Song of the Veil strained away in 4th. They're homeward bound, and Jake's Trouble comes up the inside. It's Jake's Trouble with Count the Cash. Dropping back was Jane Elliott. Toward the inside was Jane Plain, and a late charge on the outside. Down by Buster B. They're inside the final 16th. It is Jake's Trouble. Jake's Trouble, and on the outside, Buster B joins Jake's Trouble. Buster B with that late surge on the wire with Jake's Trouble.
11 minutes to the 7th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Wheels are falling off here for me, guys. We got scratch of the 1, 5, 7, 8, and both MTOs draw in. I didn't think that 13 was going to be the favorite, but it is currently at 8-5. We'll see what happens closer to post, but that's how I got here on top. In this Indiana sired 3-year-old and up maiden, a mile and 70 on the dirt now. But yeah, I'm going to put in Sir Xander. Oh, sheesh, dropped from 8-5 to 6-5. Marcelino is aboard here. Marcelino Pedroza for Jose Cazares. And I think probably what most people are looking at is that May 29th race, because this horse was in the 2-hole, was second, got in the lead, and was there by a head, but Keg just really pushed it into 5th gear and ended up beating him there. Now, the last race, he was on the far outside. He was in the 9-hole. He did not get out of the gate good there because he got out 8th by 8.5 lengths. So he was just trailing everybody, and I think he just sort of kind of checked out after that. But he's out of a little bit of time off, and he's coming back. I think he fits in with this group. He's ran against some of these, the 12, Ronin Legacy, Unbridled Hero, who stayed in, the 6, who I think also is going to get a lot of action in here. But I put Marcelino and Sir Xander on top. And then, like I mentioned, the 6 getting action. I do think that the 6 Unbridled Hero has a good shot as well, 4-1. Santos Danger is aboard for owner-trainer Israel Garcia, and this is a 3-year-old gelded son by Unbridled Express, one of our top Indiana sired here. If you see Unbridled Express, big note of that. A Jimmy Creed dam, and is also owned by Bernie as well, LTB Racing, or bred by Bernie, I'm so sorry, owned by Israel. This horse tried the turf last time, and that was on July 9th. Unbridled Hero ended up kind of an even there. It says got checked at the 16th pole and then kind of came up from 6th and got up for 4th as the bettor's favorite. So got in a little bit of trouble there. But this horse also, same thing. They've been going back and forth. Sir Xander, Ronin, Engine Soul, who scratched out of this race, the 1. But been in a lot of trouble. I think that, honestly, he just needs a good, clean trip. I don't like that he drew the middle. I kind of am hoping to get him on the inside or the outside, because both of his third-place finishes, he drew towards the inside. So I think when he's in the middle of everybody, it doesn't work out that well. I do also think that another reason why he's got a good shot is if you go back to his May 20th race on the slop at today's distance in a maiden special weight. He was about to win that one, but he caused the trouble then. So he's either causing trouble or somebody's causing trouble with him. He got DQ'd 3rd that day, but he seemed like he liked the slop. So that's why I put the 6 in off that one. And then I put in CV Ronin Legacy, the 12. And the 12 right now is 6-1. He is such a pretty horse. It says Dark Bay, and I know I have talked to, I can't think of the horse's full name. It was an Indiana bred named Black Nova, maybe. And they were telling me how hard it is to get a thoroughbred registered as a true black thoroughbred. And this is a black-brown gelding, but he looks like Black Beauty. Okay, let's all just say it. And if you're a Marvel fan, you know who Ronin is. But this one is flashed some speed last time when it got taken off the turf at today's distance, was second versus similar in that race. Has shown pretty good speed as well. And then they've given this one some time off from June 19th until July 31st. And put in a nice work coming into here, 49 flat for 4 furlongs. And he's on his toes. I already talked about how gorgeous he is. His weight is perfect. I mean, he just really looks beautiful. He sort of almost looks more like a smaller quarter horse than he does a thoroughbred. He's a good-looking guy. So I threw in the 12 in there. I am going to go home, you guys, and go to bed and hope that I'm not sick come next week. I'm going to go with Sir Xander, the 13 here on top. We're showing the 14, Bull Justice, so I think will be interesting for you guys to mix in. Renee Diaz is aboard, and I did forget to tell you one other jockey change. Mitch is on the 2. Porky is my name, another one. This is the kind of maiden that these guys have all ran a bunch together, and it's going to be a toss-up for who is going to wind up on top. But I went with the MTO. In here, the 13, Sir Xander. Marcelino Pedroza looking for the hat trick today on the card. Good luck.
Horses on the track for our 7th race today at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The distance is 1 mile and 70 yards on the main track, main special weight. Originally scheduled for the turf, taken off the turf. Track is sloppy. Scratch the 1 Engine Soul, scratch the 5 Hot Black Coffee, scratch the 7 Bit of Justice, scratch the 8 Jogger. And the 2 also eligibles, Sir Xander and Bull Justice, draw in. Those are all your changes. Good luck. Horses have now reached the starting gates for race 7. Horses are now loading in. First in, Porky Is My Name, number 2. Next in, number 10, Mi Sargento. Carthage Cruiser and Junkyard Justice. CV Ronin Legacy. Sir Xander. Special gift card. Post-time favorite, Unbridled Hero, 2-1, goes into the gates.
They're looking at that pony rider. The 9's a mile back.
Number 9, Mackie. Second last to go in. 1 left. Number 14, Bold Justice. Bold Justice goes in to complete the line. And we're off and racing. Special gift card was out alert. CV Ronin Legacy to the outside with Bold Justice to the inside. Junkyard Justice moves into third, back to fourth. Special gift card as we're going into the first turn. Mackie goes to the outside in fifth. It's then a length back to Porky Is My Name. Unbridled Hero, Sir Xander, 2 lengths to Mi Sargento, and Carthage Cruiser can see them all early as we're about to reach the backstretch. It is CV Ronin Legacy in front by a full length to Junkyard Justice. Mackie is moved up a bit and is now half a length from the second place horse, Junkyard Justice, in the third position. 23.22 seconds was the opening quarter. It's a gap back to Special Gift Card in fourth place. Then, moving up between horses, there's Bold Justice. A gap back to Porky Is My Name. Mackie is beginning to settle backwards. In front, CV Ronin Legacy by 2 lengths. Second place, Junkyard Justice. Going up the inside, Special Gift Card is picking up speed. lead. 47.22 was the half mile. Sir Xander is also picking up. Porky's My Name to the inside. In between horses, Unbridled Hero. 3/4 to Bold Justice. Mies Sargento and Mackey has completely toiled towards the back of the pack. CV Ronin Legacy still in front by a length, but the lead is shrinking. On the outside, Junkyard Justice, Sir Xander with a shot as they go past the quarter pole. It's these three across the track as we have hit the top of the stretch. CV Ronin Legacy cuts the corner. Between horses, Junkyard Justice, Sir Xander to the outside. In front now, Junkyard Justice. They're in front with a 29-1 upset on the cards. In second place, Sir Xander trying to give Marcelino Pedroza a hat trick, but Junkyard Justice stands in the way. They're coming down to the finish. Junkyard Justice, Sir Xander, one last lurch. They're coming down to the wire. It's a photo finish. Was it a 29-1 upset, or was it a hat trick for Marcelino Pedroza and Sir Xander? Final time, 1:45.02 seconds. Unofficial results for race 7. Your winner, number 3, Junkyard Justice. A shocker, 29-1. 3. Second place, number 13, Sir Xander. Third, number 6, Unbridled Hero. Fourth, number 2, Porky Is My Name. And fifth, number 14, Bold Justice. 3:13.62.14 is the unofficial results for race number 7. Entering the winner's circle is your now official winner for race number 7, number 3, Junkyard Justice. This is a 3-year-old bay gelding by Harry's Holiday, out of an unbridled song mare, Erica's Melody, bred by the Justice Farm, owned by Campos Family Ventures LLC, and trained by Agustin Gonzalez Jr. into victory by Jose Gutierrez. Junkyard Justice is now 1 for 2 lifetime. Congratulations. We will have payouts for this race shortly. And oh, are they spicy. Junkyard Justice paid $61.40 to win, $28.80 to place, $11 to show. Sir Xander, $4 to place, $2.40 to show. Unbridled Hero, $2.20 to show. The $2 exacta paid $356 flat. The 50-cent trifecta, $207.20. The daily double, $299.80. The 50-cent pick 3, $263.35. The 10-cent superfecta, $284.93. And the 10-cent pentafecta, $2,077.62. The finishing time was 1:45.02. Scratch the 1, the 5, the 7, and the 8. 10 ran. Post time for race number 8 in 21 minutes. Justice goes in to complete the line. And we're off and racing. Special gift card is out alert. CV Ronin Legacy to the outside with Bold Justice to the inside. Junkyard Justice moves into third, back to fourth. Special gift card as we're going into the first turn. Mackey goes to the outside in fifth. It's then a length back to Porky Is My Name. Unbridled Hero, Sir Xander, 2 lengths to Me Sargento, and Carthage Cruiser can see them all early as we're about to reach the backstretch. It is CV Ronin Legacy in front by a full length to Junkyard Justice. Mackey is moved up a bit and is now half a length from the second place horse, Junkyard Justice, in the third position. 23.22 seconds was the opening quarter. It's a gap back to Special Gift Card in fourth place. Then, moving up between horses, there's Bold Justice, a gap back to Porky Is My Name. Mackey is beginning to settle backwards. In front, CV Ronin Legacy by 2 lengths. Second place, Junkyard Justice going up the inside. Special Gift Card is picking up speed. 47.22 is the half mile. Sir Xander is also picking up. Porky's My Name to the inside. In between horses, Unbridled Hero. 3/4 to Bold Justice. Me Sargento and Mackey has completely toiled towards the back of the pack. CV Ronin Legacy still in front by a length, but the lead is shrinking. On the outside, Junkyard Justice, Sir Xander with a shot as they go past the quarter pole. It's these three across the track as we have hit the top of the stretch. CV Ronin Legacy cuts the corner. Between horses, Junkyard Justice, Sir Xander to the outside. In front now, Junkyard Justice. They're in front with a 29-1 upset on the cards. In second place, Sir Xander trying to give Marcelino Pedroza a hat trick, but Junkyard Justice stands in the way. They're coming down to the finish. Junkyard Justice, Sir Xander, one last lurch. They're coming down to the wire. It's a photo finish. Was it a 29-1 upset, or was it a hat trick for Marcelino Pedroza and Sir Xander?
long shot. Junkyard Justice certainly spices up those horizontal plays as we're 10 minutes away from the final thoroughbred event of the day. Don't forget, stakes action. Martha will walk you through our final stakes race of the day that Nathan is going to call. He gets to call a stakes race as his last announcing duties here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and a great time it's been and a great job he's done for Nathan. So certainly a big shout out for him. And then don't forget, live racing not on Monday. We'll return on Tuesday and race Tuesday through Friday next week as well. So certainly make note of that. Scratch 235 6, 7, 10, 13, and 14 out of this event. I'm going to look no further than your inside runner, Firewater Jake. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. looking for a hat trick of winners in here with this 9-year-old son by Tisway, who's looking to push those career earnings up over $225,000 with any success today. For the 7-time winner who is winless so far on the season, has primarily been on the turf. In fact, of his 46 starts, 40 of them have come on the turf. He, at 9 years old, is winless on the main track. However, I think there's some reasons to like him. He's brought in really good form this year. Even though he was 9 years old, he was absolutely rolling late, and he needed just a couple of more jumps to push past Boitano and Epithium that day on July 8th. First start off the layoff, second time today, should be much more fit. And even though he's winless in his 6 dirt tries, he hasn't run poorly by any means. In fact, his last off-turf event was almost a year ago to the day. Off-turf on August 1st, he showed good speed. He opened up a large lead, and he got run down by Cadet Corps and Brown Liquorman. He finished third that day, only a 4-horse field, so it was a little misleading. But Cadet Corps, I think very highly of that animal. And there's certainly some backlash there, and that's a horse who much prefers the dirt versus Firewater Jake. If he shows good speed today, maybe he can get a little brave on the front end. He's tactical, he's experienced, but he is winless on the dirt. And it's a top selection, Firewater Jake, because Boitano has taken a ton of action, and he's a 4-time winner on the dirt with 9 victories in his career. He'll make start number 38 today for the 6-year-old by champion Nyquist. Exits the same race as the top selection, Firewater Jake, and actually got the money that day. Bet down to 6-5. Got a dreamy trip and just continued digging in and finding more late, holding both Epithium and Firewater Jake. He does have a tendency, at least in my opinion, to kind of wait on other horses. Now, 2 of his last 3 wins, he's won by open lengths, so that may be a little bit of a stretch. But last race, it certainly appeared that he had more in the tank and was just kind of hanging around with that group and just kind of messing around. But he's won on the dirt. That's something more than Firewater Jake can say. He is even money, not going to provide much value in here. Mitch Merle is a board. This horse is projected to go off at 4-5 at this point. We'll see if Boitano can get number 10 and push those career earnings over $200,000 today. A sort you would love to own, and he's been a profitable $10,000 claim for Kevin Stedman. We'll see if that will continue in here as we go to the good-looking sort. Nacho Chrome. Boy, has this 5-year-old turned out well. The son of California Chrome, who would run on any surface and liked the sloppy surface himself. But he looks like his dad did, as he's got that beautiful chestnut coat. He's showing good energy down here in the walking ring. He has 1 win on a fast main track. He is winless in 3 tries on a sloppy surface. But third start off the layoff, you get the red hot Thomas Medina, already a winner on the day. Alberto Burgos has been doing very well recently. This is a horse who has 2 wins since being claimed for $5,000. They've certainly got their return on their investment. The waters have been significantly deeper in 2025 as they were in 2024. They decided they wanted to keep this animal in their hands, riding under their silks, and they've done just that. But the waters haven't been as fruitful as they were last year. After banking $48,000, only $3,000 to note this year. But despite no recent success, still running protected in this spot. Nacho Chrome trying to show him how it's done at 9-2 for Thomas Medina and Alberto Burgos. He wins the beauty contest. We'll see if he wins the race, and that's the one that pays the best. See if you can connect the pieces in here as we're 5 minutes away from the 8th and final. But stick around. Don't go anywhere. We've got quarter horse stakes action coming up, and then we will return for live racing on Tuesday. Have a good weekend.
Horses on the track for our last of the thoroughbred races today. Race number 8, originally scheduled for the turf. It is off. Mile and a 16th on the main track now. No pentafecta wagering for this race. Scratch the 2, Backyard Justice. Scratch the 3, Maynard. Scratch the 5, Be Catcher. Scratch the 6, Nip and Tuck. Scratch the 7, Epimithium. And scratch the 2 also eligibles, Temper Tantrum and Ironsides. We have and scratch the 10, Step On It. Six Run. Good luck. Horses have reached the starting gate for our 8th race today. First into the stalls, Prince Shim, number 12. The number 1, Firewater Jake. Marcelino Pedroza with another chance to make a hat trick. Take Charge Justice, ridden by Fernando de la Cruz, goes in. Scenic Justice. Only 2 more to go. Next in, your post-time favorite, Boitano. To complete our lineup, number 11, Nacho Chrome. And we're off and racing. Even beginning, Prince Shim to the outside, crosses over, and already opens up 2 lengths. They cross the wire for the first of 2 times. Prince Shim in front by 2. In second place, it's your favorite Boitano. To the inside, it is Firewater Jake. Between horses, Take Charge Justice. Getting squeezed out a little bit was Scenic Justice. To the outside, Nacho Chrome. As we're now going into the bend, Prince Shim's lead has shrunken a little bit, as now on the outside, Boitano has minimized it to 3/4 of a length. Splitting horses to take third place, it's Take Charge Justice. To the outside, Nacho Chrome. On the inside, Firewater Jake. Last of all, Scenic Justice. The field is spread out by only 7 lengths, 24.39 seconds, just a hair below 24 2/5 for Prince Shim in front by 3/4 to the even money favorite Boitano. Another length back to Take Charge Justice. On the outside, Nacho Chrome. On the inside, Firewater Jake in the penultimate spot, and still in last, Scenic Justice, 47.85 seconds. Prince Shim still in front. Evan Roman has not moved yet. Boitano is now only half a length behind, slowly inching in on their lead. Take Charge Justice remains in third. On the outside, Nacho Chrome begins to make a move here. Still in front, Prince Shim, but the lead has now been completely taken over by Boitano. Boitano, the new leader, past the quarter pole, 112.31. 5 horses across the track as we hit the top of the stretch. Boitano with a slim advantage. On the inside of them, it's Prince Shim. To the outside, Take Charge Justice with Nacho Chrome and Scenic Justice. It's anyone's race down the stretch. Boitano makes contact with Nacho Chrome. On the outside, Scenic Justice. Nacho Chrome is sandwiched. On the outside, Scenic Justice. To the inside, Boitano. Between them, Nacho Chrome. They're coming down to the finish line. It's a nip and tuck photo finish between Boitano and Scenic Justice. Right behind Nacho Chrome. Things got close. 145.12 seconds. Steward's Inquiry and photo finish involving the finish of today's race, race number 8. Both a photo finish and a Steward's Inquiry are being shined at the moment. And now a jockey's objection, number 11, Nacho Chrome against number 8, Scenic Justice, involving the finish line, a photo finish, inquiry, and now objection involving number 11 against number 8. Please hold all tickets. Unofficial results from the photo finish. Your unofficial winner, number 9, Boitano. Second, number 8, Scenic Justice. Third, number 11, Nacho Chrome. And fourth, number 4, Take Charge Justice. There will also be no change and objection disallowed. The objection disallowed, inquiry sign is down. There will be no change. Unofficial results. First, number 9, Boitano. Second, number 8, Scenic Justice. Third, number 11, Nacho Chrome. Fourth, number 4, Take Charge Justice. 9, 8, 11, 4. The unofficial results. Entering the winner's circle now is the unofficial winner, Boitano. This is a 6-year-old bay gelding by Nyquist out of a pulpit mare, Calalili, bred by Godolphin, owned by Kevin Stedman, and trained by Jose Camejo. Ridden to victory by Mitchell Merle, this horse has just won their 10th career start. 10 wins from 38 starts for the hard-knocking Boitano. Congratulations to all. When results go official, we will have the payouts shortly for race number 8. Results have now been made official. Your winner, Boitano, paid $4.20 to win, $3 to place, and $2.10 to show. Scenic Justice, $8.40 to place, $2.80 to show. Nacho Chrome, $2.20 to show. The 10-cent Superfecta, $15.64. The 50-cent Pick 3, $377.35. The $2 Exacta, $43.80. The 50-cent Trifecta, $26.30. The $2 Double, $178.60. The $1 Pick 4. We'll get to that in a moment. 50-cent Pick 3, $377.35. The 50-cent Pick 5, $1,487.55. Refunds on a 10-cent Pentafecta. Pentafecta wagering was not in this race. The $1 Pick 4 was $1,989.50. Scratch the 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 10, 13, 14. Finishing time 1:45.12 seconds. 6 ran. Post time for our 9th and final race today is in 18 minutes. I apologize. 18 minutes to our lone quarter horse race, the Mary Holman George Overnight Stakes. 18 minutes to post. Good luck. Nacho Chrome. And we're off and racing. Even beginning, Prince Shim to the outside, crosses over, and already opens up 2 lengths as they cross the wire for the first of 2 times. Prince Shim in front by 2. In second place, it's your favorite Boitano. To the inside, it is Firewater Jake. Between horses, Take Charge Justice. Getting squeezed out a little bit was Scenic Justice. To the outside, Nacho Chrome. As we're now going into the bend, Prince Shim's lead has shrunken a little bit, as now on the outside, Boitano has minimized it to 3/4 of a length. Splitting horses to take third place, it's Take Charge Justice. To the outside, Nacho Chrome. On the inside, Firewater Jake. Last of all, Scenic Justice. The field is spread out by only 7 lengths, 24.39 seconds, just a hair below 24 2/5 for Prince Shim in front by 3/4 to the even money favorite Boitano. Another length back to Take Charge Justice. On the outside, Nacho Chrome. On the inside, Firewater Jake in the penultimate spot, and still in last, Scenic Justice, 47.85 seconds. Prince Shim still in front. Evan Roman has not moved yet. Boitano is now only half a length behind, slowly inching in on their lead. Take Charge Justice remains in third. On the outside, Nacho Chrome begins to make a move here. Still in front, Prince Shim, but the lead has now been completely taken over by Boitano. Boitano, the new leader, past the quarter pole, 112.31. 5 horses across the track as we hit the top of the stretch. Boitano with a slim advantage. On the inside of them, it's Prince Shim. To the outside, Take Charge Justice with Nacho Chrome and Scenic
Scenic Justice. It's anyone's race down the stretch. Boitano makes contact with Nacho Chrome on the outside. Scenic Justice. Nacho Chrome is sandwiched on the outside. Scenic Justice to the inside. Boitano between them. Nacho Chrome. They're coming down to the finish line. It's a nip and tuck photo finish between Boitano and Scenic Justice. Right behind Nacho.
we've got a quarter horse finale, quite a nice race, I might add, $34,000 Mari Hulman overnight stakes. Horseshoe Indy has had a really nice tradition of honoring legendary people in Indiana racing, both thoroughbred and quarter horse. And Mari actually was involved in breeding and racing in both. So it's nice to name a race for her today, and it's a good one. 2-year-olds and all first-time starters, which normally we don't have. We have a little mix with some that have had a start and others that haven't. So it's a wide open event. They're going to be going 350 yards. And I'll tell you something, when it comes to this, all you can really go by is pedigree, connections, and morning works. A lot of them look awfully good so far. All right, well, let's go to the paddock, and I'm going to begin with number 3, and that's Mr. Boom Bastic, who's going to make his debut here. Obviously, they all will, but with some excellent pedigree. And all I can tell you, and I study this quite a lot, it's not hard to find. I usually go to Stallion Esearch and some other publications, but if you really want to know who are the active first-time stallions, first crop, and I really pay attention to that. It pays off a lot in my handicapping. Well, Mr. Boombastic is sired by Dulce Sintacha, currently the top freshman sire in North America. We're not just talking Indiana, we're talking North America. So that stood out in my mind. Of course, trainer Ricardo Martinez, one of our most respected conditioners, currently 47% in the money. This horse was purchased for $22,000 at the Heritage Place September yearling sale. A nice pedigree, and Ricardo knows what he's doing, obviously. He's going to utilize a flipping halter on this colt just to try and keep him engaged, a little more focused in the gate. We'll see how it works. And that's my top choice, number 3. All right, let's go to, let's talk about Tony Cunningham, who has 2 in this race. I kind of like them both, but I'm going to go on top with number 5, and that's 36 Bricks. Oh, I might add, Tony actually won the first edition of this race last year with a really nice horse named R.R. Lotta Run for Robin. But 36 Bricks looks ready for the debut. The son of Trace Sace was a training race winner here on May 9th, and usually those races are 250 yards, and he did it in 13.79 seconds. Now, so far, I've seen quite a few of these horses. A lot of them have won training races, but mostly around the 14-second mark, so 13.79 impresses me. Now, that was a couple months ago, so whether or not he's a little too fresh, we'll just have to see. Danny Martinez has the call now. He usually, with with Tony's horses, Danny's the go-to rider. He has others that do very well for him, but Danny's going to ride this one. That's probably why I put 36 Bricks on top. But having said that, let's go to the other Cunningham horse, and that's number 1, Mr. Blood Carver. Also trained by Tony and really good pedigree. I can't fault this pedigree either. This horse is going to break from, gelding will break from the rail under Francisco Quintero, who's very good. Purchased for $30,000 at the LQHBA yearling sale. And actually their sale is starting tomorrow, by the way, if you're interested in purchasing a Louisiana bred. I don't think you can do it online, but you could at least watch it on the LQHBA website. I'm all over the place today, forgive me. My daughter's coming for a visit. I don't know what the heck I'm doing, but anyway, I really like the breeding. It's a gelding by Apolitical Blood out of a Wave Carver mare. Very good work tab and kind of all over the place. Retama Park, which is in Texas, and then most recently here. So this Louisiana bred gelding, Mr. Blood Carver, could do very well if he likes the slop and the rail and all those other fun conditions that we have on these 2-year-olds today. All right, I'm going to complete my super with number 4, and that's Kalis, making his debut for owner-trainer Natasha Perez. Now, we know how good she is as a jockey formerly, now as a trainer, and now she and her husband are owners, so it's pretty cool. Training race winner also. This is a gelding by Racy Secret, going to be ridden by the stable star Diego Bocanegra for Indiana breeder Rodolfo Rodriguez. So it looks like a really nice field. We just hope they all get that good break and that straight, elusive path to the wire. All right, so I'm going 3-5-1-4 to close out this card. If you're playing our 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta, I might think about including number 8, and that's Last Famous Eagle. This colt by This Is an Eagle is a training race winner for Shauna Martin, and is going to break from the far outside post. Might help if there's a little traffic trouble and bumping in the middle. All right, so that's it for today. Good luck to everybody. We're off until Tuesday, but boy, do we have a powerful, exciting week planned for you at Horseshoe Indy. So we'll look forward to seeing you next week.
Horses on the track for our last race today at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This is the Mary Holman George Overnight Stakes, $34,000 the purse, the distance 350 yards for 2-year-olds. Let's meet the field. Number 1 is Mr. Blood Carver. William Collins is the owner. Anthony Cunningham the trainer. Francisco Quintero is the jockey. Number 2, he's cross-firing. Todd Ray and Denise Ray own, trained by Shauna Martin, jockey Brian Hollingsworth. Mr. Bombastic. Number 3, Carlos Ramos is the owner, Ricardo Martinez the trainer, Martin Muniz the jockey. Number 4, Kailus, Perez Racing Stables LLC, trained by Natasha Perez. Diego Villamil Bocanegra is the jockey.
Number 5, 36 Bricks. Brad Sherry is the owner, trained by Anthony Cunningham, ridden by Luz Daniel Martinez. Number 6, HF Kiss This Too. Randy Hafner is the owner, Jessica Vasquez the trainer, Giovanni Vasquez Gomez is the jockey. Number 7, AP On That Dove. Oscar Preciado, owned and trained. The jockey Isidro Banuelos. And number 8, Last Famous Eagle. Raul Contreras is the owner. Shauna Martin is the trainer. Giovanni Flores Munoz is the jockey. That is your field of 8 for the Mary Holman George Overnight Stakes. Good luck. Horses beginning to load into line for our finale today, the Mary Holman George Overnight Stakes. First in, Mr. Boombastic, who is also your 3-2 favorite. Mr. Blood Carver, the 9-2 third choice, goes in with 36 Bricks. To the outside now, HF Kiss This 2 goes into line. 36 Bricks, second choice at 7-2. He's cross-firing. AP On That Dove. Kyloose. And only one left to load, and that is number 8, Last Famous Eagle. Last Famous Eagle goes into line. We're ready for the start. And away we go. Mr. Blood Carver was sharp on the inside, going wide. Last Famous Eagle to the center of the track. There is Kyloose, 36 Bricks to the inside. Mr. Blood Carver's gonna have to fight off Mr. Boombastic. Mr. Boombastic, Kyloose right behind. It is Mr. Boombastic pulling away. Mr. Boombastic by a full length. Kyloose went wide to finish second, and then it was a close photo for third between Mr. Blood Carver, and he's cross-firing.
unofficial Pentafecta for race number 9. First, number 3, Mr. Boombastic. Second, number 4, Kailus. Third, number 1, Mr. Blood Carver. Fourth, number 2, He's Crossfiring. And fifth, number 5, 36 Bricks. 3, 4, 1, 2, 5, the unofficial Pentafecta for the Mary Holman George Overnight Stakes. Results are official. The finishing time for the Mary Holman George Overnight Stakes was 17.567 seconds. Entering the winner's circle is your official winner for race number 9, Mr. Boombastic. This is a 2-year-old sorrel colt by Dulce Sintacha out of a Apollo mare, Dancing I Am, bred by Mr. and Mrs. L. Judd Morse, owned by Carlos Ramos, trained by Ricardo Martinez, ridden to victory by Martin Munoz. This horse is now 2 for 3 lifetime. We'll have the payouts in just a moment. Mr. Boombastic paid $2.80 to win, $2.40 to place and to show. Kailus, $5.80 to place, $5.60 to show. Mr. Blood Carver, $3.60 to show. $2 exacta, $17.40. $5.50 trifecta, $20.25. The 50-cent pick 3, $123.85. The $2 double, $12.80. The 10-cent superfecta, $23.50. And the 10-cent pentafecta paid $299.19. That concludes today's races. No racing on Monday. We return Tuesday, first post at 2:10. Before I sign off, I would like to personally thank my boss, Tammy Knox, for an amazing internship, my co-workers, John G. Dooley, for letting me share this booth, and Eric Hallstrom for giving me this chance. Thank you all so much. This is guest announcer Nathan Klein saying ciao from Horseshoe, Indianapolis. For the start. And away we go. Mr. Blood Carver was sharp on the inside, going wide, Last Famous Eagle. To the center of the track, there is Kailus, 36 Bricks. To the inside, Mr. Blood Carver's going to have to fight off Mr. Boombastic. Mr. Boombastic, Kailus right behind. It is Mr. Boombastic pulling away. Mr. Boombastic by a full length. Kailus went wide to finish the start.